We want to let the public know that we are video recording the meeting. The recording is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel, and a link to the recording has been posted on the district website. We'll start as we are resuming in open session with attendance, and I'd like to begin with our student board member.
Hi everyone, Anya Iapen, student trustee.
Jesse Van Zee, trustee for Area 1.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Susanna Ordway, representing Area 4.
Good evening, Shelley Clark, representing Area 2.
Hi, I'm Laura Bratt. I represent Area 3.
And Rachel Hurd, I represent Area 5. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please stand. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So before we get into the agenda, I would like to read a statement. I want to take a moment to acknowledge two recent events that have shaken the worlds of so many in our community. Last week, there was a murder-suicide in Danville. 2 young lives were tragically lost. Our hearts are broken. And I hope that together we will lift above all those, or lift up all those affected. We want to make sure that our entire community knows that our schools have counseling and mental health support and other resources available for families. We are here for all who have been affected. As many of you know, people close to this family in our tight-knit community, we want to let those who are directly impacted know how you will never walk alone and that we will always be with you, because that's who we are as a community. Our deepest sympathies go out to the friends and families who lost their loved ones. I'd also like to take a moment to reflect on the tragedy in Maui. It is times such as these that remind us of how important it is that communities stand together when they are going through a tragic time. The community there is coming together to help in their rebuilding, and I know some of us have ties to the island of Maui. And even if we do not directly have ties, our hearts are tied to the people of Maui in wanting them to be able to heal from the pain as a community. On behalf of the board, I ask that together we all take a moment of silence to remember and honor the victims of these 2 tragedies. Thank you. Okay, so the first item here for us to do is report of actions taken in closed session. There are no actions to report out. Next is acceptance of minutes. Trustees, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the July 20th special meeting?
I make a motion to approve the July minutes.
I second that.
Thank you.
The motion was made by Board Member Clark and seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapen, you were absent or were not with us that day on a special meeting. Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway. Aye. Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
And another for the minutes of July 25th, which was a regular meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Bratt and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Again, Student Board Member Iapen was not with us that day. Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway. Aye. Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
And finally, minutes of August 2nd, which was a special meeting.
I'll move to approve those.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Ordway and seconded by Board Member Clark. Student Board Member Iapen was not with us that day. Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway. Aye. Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, now we're on agenda approval as well as consent action. May I have a motion to accept the open session agenda?
I'll make a motion to accept the agenda.
I'll second.
The motion was made by Board Member Clark and seconded by Board Member Bratt. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan,
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee,
Aye.
Board Member Ordway,
Aye.
Board Member Clark,
Aye.
Board Member Bratt,
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, that brings us to consent, and I want to explain that consent items are considered routine in nature and are approved by combining them to a single vote. Only a member of the board may request that a consent item be removed from the consent agenda to be considered and voted on separately. However, the public may comment on a consent item before the board approves the consent agenda. Do we have any yellow cards on consent? So that would be item 8.2. And while we're going through the cards, if anyone in the audience had a comment on a consent item, just come on up. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment on consent and ask the board for a motion to approve consent.
I'll make a motion to approve consent.
I'll second.
The motion was made by Board Member Bratt and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan,
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee,
Aye.
Board Member Ordway,
Aye.
Board Member Clark,
Aye.
Board Member Bratt,
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now we're at reports to the board. The first item, 9.1, is public comment for non-agenda items. And I'm going to read something as we go into this. So public comment is time limited by 3 minutes per speaker and has been established and well enforced, or this time limit has been established and will be enforced. President reserves the right to announce a last call for speaker card submissions, and that's on any item. During the non-agenda public comment, the board cannot respond to comments about topics that are not on our agenda. Please be aware that we may interrupt you and redirect you to the correct time to speak if your comment relates to an item that is on the agenda, or if it is not within our jurisdiction. And with that, we have a lot of cards. And so we have a time limit on each agenda item of 30 minutes. However, in exceptional circumstances, when necessary to ensure full opportunity for public input, the board president, with board consent, may adjust the amount of time allowed for public input and/or the time allotted for each speaker. Any such adjustment, shall be done equitably so as to allow a diversity of the viewpoints. The president may also ask members of the public with the same viewpoint to speak or to select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of their viewpoint. So we have a stack this thick for items not on the agenda. That's way more than 10. So I think what we will do is another piece that is in our bylaws, and we will take 10 cards and then we will defer the rest of the public comment to later in the agenda after we've done our business, but before administrative items. And that is because we do have items on the agenda that we need to approve tonight. So were these roughly how they came in? A little bit of a mix. Okay, so I'm going to take 10 cards and call that close enough to 30 minutes. And those will be the 10 that speak before we pause. Non-agendized public comment. Board members, are you okay with my approach?
Are they good? I mean, you probably haven't had time to review them all, but is there going to be a mismatch, like mixed match of all of them?
Let me look at them really quick.
I figured that might be the most equitable way to do it.
One will bring in a point of view. And I'm sorry, when folks haven't indicated what they're wishing to speak about, I don't know which point of view they are. There's a student, and that's non-agendized. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Really committed to trying to make this be fair. So I picked 10. I think it represents fairly equal, not equal, but representative ratio wise of points of view. And then everyone else will get to come back after we get through our action items if they want to stay. Okay, and then these are for items on the agenda or these additional. Okay. There. Okay, so first speaker is Lisa Gross, and Lisa will be followed by Zaylee Fogelman.
Good evening. There's a push for parent rights to be recognized. However, California already has one of the strongest codifications for parent rights in the United States, including classroom observation, conferences, volunteering, monitoring attendance, and many more. All of these rights and more can be found at capta.org, the website for the California State PTA. PTA is the oldest and largest volunteer organization working exclusively for children and youth. Unlike more recent organizations, PTA is nonpartisan and seeks to bring together all who have an impact on children and their education. PTA does this through collaboration and partnership with schools. We don't just bring complaints, we work to solve them. We're hearing about the perception of the lack of parent voice in our schools. Parent voice is encouraged in California and enshrined in state law. In our district, we have access to parent engagement through PTA, district committees, surveys, school councils, and more. Our parents have spoken time and time again on what they consider relevant, appropriate, and necessary for their children's education. And through national, state, local, and recently county elections rejecting extremist candidates. What happens when one parent voice overrides all others or partisan politics to drive education? We could look at the Taliban and schooling in Afghanistan, or closer to home, Florida. School districts are pulling AP level courses because they're concerned that teaching the courses as designed by the College Board will violate state law. Last year, SRVUSD students took almost 9,000 AP tests and classes. We can look at the Placentia Yorba Linda Unified School District. Last October, Cal State Fullerton ended its teacher-student partnership with the district because of the board's actions hindering efforts aimed at DEI. At Temecula Unified School District, the board refused to adopt a statewide curriculum because of discussion of Harvey Milk, the first gay individual elected to public office. When faced with a $1.5 million fine, the board relented, but at what cost to the taxpayers? In Chino in 2014, they were sued due to the practice of praying at the opening of school board meetings and proselytizing by board members. Despite losing early on, Chino continued to fight a long legal battle and is now paying $282,000 in taxpayer money for legal bills. Chino Valley recently made headlines as it is under investigation by the Attorney General for policy requiring schools to out students, even at the cost of their well-being. Some parents are speaking out against curriculum encouraging social and emotional learning. Call it social emotional learning, being kind, respectful, or whatever you like. Our district has been doing this for 50 years. Our students have gone on to become legislators, professionals, authors, musicians, actors, and many more. They've attended all the UCs, Cal State University, Community College, Harvard, Stanford, the Naval Academy, West Point, and many more. Our children are successful because of the strength of the parent community that has always stood with them, their teachers and their schools. Working together, we have helped our kids achieve more than we could have ever imagined. Thank you.
As I've been shuffling the cards, trying to order them, I don't remember who I said was going to be second. So, pardon? Fogelman. Okay, Zaylee, come on up, please. Oh. Make sure you speak directly into the mic so that the folks watching on video hear you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Zaylee. I use they, them pronouns. I'm back again this year. I'm here to kind of be a student voice among the loads of adult voices who are currently here tonight. And I hope that that kind of says a bit much about how I came here. I want to talk about my experience as an LGBT student on my campus and how it has been good and how it's bad and how current events have kind of been making it a little bit more anxious on campus. Last year during Day of Silence, I was really excited to participate in it, and I did get to participate in it. And I love the meaning behind it. But while I was walking down the hallway, I had a student yell at me saying, "I get it, you're gay." And I mean, I get it, I am gay. But I mean, allies do it too. And it just kind of got me a little bit shocked, seeing and witnessing how students on my campus react to that being so open, even though we have a GSA and Pride Month on campus. And I'm really excited for Pride Month this year because I get to, and I'm always excited for Pride Month. I always wear my Pride flag and I always be a little bit more flamboyant than I usually am, which is really flamboyant. And with events that have happened throughout stuff and why a bunch of people are here, the story that really caught my eye is that someone was outed without by someone else. And I kind of felt that because I don't know how I would have reacted if I was outed to my family without me telling them and someone else telling them. I know I would have felt a lot of anxiety being like, oh shoot, what are my parents going to think? How are they going to react? And even though I was already out to my parents at that point, I got really scared and I don't know why. But I hope that this district stays an inclusive campus with all LGBTQ stuff still on library walls and that Pride Month and Day of Silence can still be celebrated. Yeah.
Our next speaker will be Lisa Dispro, and Lisa will be followed by Sarah Cranford.
I'm looking for the timer. Good evening. My name is Lisa Disbro, and I'm here tonight to speak on how school personnel misuse privacy laws to conceal information from parents. This has to relate to 4 Supreme Court decisions governing identifying parents possess the fundamental right to raise their children. 4 Supreme Court decisions. My purpose is to provide accurate information regarding the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, known as FERPA, and AB 1266. School officials frequently claim that these laws obligate all school personnel to conceal a child's gender change from their parents if the child has requested that parents not be notified. This claim is both misleading and inaccurate. FERPA protects the rights of parents to access information about their child from the school and protects against third parties obtaining information regarding a student. FERPA does not grant rights to minor students to prevent a parent or guardian from accessing or seeing the student's records. FERPA does not give school permission to hide information from parents, including a child's decision to change his or her gender identity, name, or other information. Even if a school characterizes the student's gender identity as an unofficial record or some other euphemism, the school is violating both the letter and the spirit of FERPA and exposes itself to litigation. Under California Education Code 51101A10, parents have the right to be informed by the school and participate in the education of their children as follows: to have access to the school records of their child. What is AB 1266? It's an anti-discrimination law that mandates only that students be allowed to participate in sex-segregated school programs and activities, such as athletic teams, competitions, school facilities, based on their gender identity, regardless of the biological sex recorded in the student records. AB 1266 does not address a student's records, nor does it provide a requirement or a mechanism for concealment from parents of a student's use of bathrooms, changing rooms, facilities. It does not require a school to deceive a parent about the child's changes. Moreover, in doing so, schools are unilaterally engaging in promoting a psychosocial intervention without the consent or knowledge of the parents, and may be practicing medicine without a law. These rights do not apply to the communication to parents of vital information about their minor children.
Time. We're gonna please keep the room in order. Next speaker, Sarah Cranford, followed by Mike Arata.
Good evening, distinguished members of the board and staff. I see many familiar faces, but I think I should probably begin by introducing myself. I'm Sarah Cranford. I use she, her pronouns. I am here today as a concerned parent, but also as a former principal at Cal High. I am here because I feel a deep sense of responsibility to our commitment in advocating for an inclusive and diverse learning environment. I believe that all SRVUSD students, including my son Nicholas, who is a second grader at Twin Creeks Elementary, and my 3-year-old son Jack, who will be joining him here next year. I am also the president of the Twin Creeks Learning Fund, the Twin Creeks SRVEF affiliate. I firmly believe that our schools are meant to be sanctuaries for acceptance, where every student, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity, feels valued and respected. Regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identities. And I believe that it is my duty to advocate for the rights and well-being of each child, just as I would my own 2 sons. As a parent, I'm proud that my students attend Twin Creeks Elementary, where inclusive initiatives create safe spaces for students to explore their identities and learn about a wide variety of human experiences. I implore you, as board members, to recognize the importance of these efforts as they contribute to a more empathetic and understanding generation. Our educators, as we all know, research shows that students who feel accepted and who are reflected in the curriculum that they are learning from, including their sexual orientation and gender identity, are more likely to thrive academically, emotionally, and socially. It's essential that we nurture an environment that champions diversity, challenges prejudice, and prepares our children for compassionate and positive citizenry in the world. I urge you to stand firm on your commitment to the unifying LGBTQ initiatives supported by administrators, teachers, and students across our district. Let us ensure that every child, including my own 2 sons, grow up in a community that values and celebrates diversity and differences, fostering a society that strives in compassion, understanding, and unity. Thank you for your time and your dedication to our children's future.
Following Mike Arata will be Rev Neat.
The sign is a busy one because this school district's activists have themselves been busy with what they call queering the classroom. The sign presents an abbreviated timeline for key events in that querying process, which accelerated quickly after Superintendent Malloy officially took office in August of 2020. Note the sign's most important dates in bold red. In November 2020, Country Club Principal Christy Glazer and instructional coach Corby Saunders presented a virtual seminar for the National Council of Teachers of English, so-called, in which they spoke on, quote, their experiences of querying the classroom, unquote. Their mechanism for querying elementary classrooms all the way down to the 4- and 5-year-olds in transition kindergarten was and is not just misapplied pronouns, but read aloud picture storybooks with homosexual and transgender themes. Some of those are shown here on the sign. 2 months later, in January 2021, Corby Saunders proclaimed that students, again, all the way down to even the 4- and 5-year-olds, have a privacy right, which disallows revealing new gender identities or sexual orientations to parents unless the child, the 4 or 5-year-old in some cases, gives permission. That's after the child has been queered in the classroom, of course, their term. The district will now justify such concealment with a recent Chico Unified District Court case involving an 11-year-old, that opinion relying in turn on a separate decision in affecting a 16-year-old. In February 2021, Corby Saunders and then first grade teacher Blair Wyatt presented a CTA seminar in which they articulated plans to end opt-in parental permission slips for 4th and 5th grade LGBTQ PRISM clubs, and to hold meetings at lunchtime to diminish the chance of any parental interaction, all spoken deliberately in the presentation. Both changes occurred eventually, seeking thereby to exclude parental involvement, although all of you claim regularly and falsely that parents are your partners. Skipping forward 2 years and over lots more radical activism, in January and February of this year, depraved pornography in words and pictures on high school library shelves was exposed. District personnel say it's necessary so that LGBTQ students can see themselves. As what? I've responded, porn objects? 20 U.S. Code Section 3401, Part 3, specifies that parents have the primary role in educating their children and that schools are to support that role. And as in the still extant Pierce versus Society of Sisters SCOTUS decision of 1925, that one proclaims the child of man is his parents' child and not the state's. And the parental right to guide one's child intellectually and religiously is a most substantial part of the liberty and freedom of the parent. And further, and finally, the child is not the mere creature of the state, nor is the child yours. Thank you.
Following Rev Mead will be Len Schultz.
Good evening, board members, students, neighbors, hello. And I say that neighbors because this is our community. This is my community. I graduated from the SRVUSD. My parents live here. I brought my children back from Georgia to be in the SRVUSD. So I am a parent, an alumni, and a member of this community. I dare everybody in the audience who can make that statement. I'm going to give you all a brief history lesson. Our public education system was founded in 1853 in the Constitution of the California state. When we entered the Union, we were granted land specifically for the support of public schools by the federal government. In 1879, California enacted a provision specifically relating to education, saying that it will provide education as evidence for the diffusion of knowledge and intelligence, as it is essential to the preservation of the rights and liberties of the people. So what are our rights and liberties? In 1954, the US government desegregated schools, recognizing that we are all equal, regardless of the color of our skin. In 1964, the Civil Rights Act was passed, ensuring that all people of the United States could ensure a happy life regardless of national origin, color of their skin, or gender. In 1965, the Immigrant and Nationality Act was passed, allowing immigrants who had previously been discriminated against to enter the country freely. 1999, same-sex partnerships were approved in California. 2003, same-sex couples were given parity in adoptions in California. 2007, California Civil Rights Act was passed protecting LGBTQ individuals from discrimination. 2014, we recognized that the panic defense, that if you find your partner is gay or transgender, that is not a defense to murdering or otherwise harming that individual. These are the rights that we have decided upon in California and in the United States. These are the rights that we are teaching our children in schools. These are the rights that we are obligated to teach them per our California state constitution and the principles of our founding fathers. We have chosen California, not Florida, to live in. These are the rights that we choose to live our lives by. Now, I don't agree with everything that my children do or everything they are exposed to, but I raise my children. I parent my children. I do not leave that obligation to anybody but myself. I take full responsibility for my children and their behavior, which means I have hard conversations with them. When they read something that I don't find to be my cup of tea, we talk about it. That is on everybody in this room to do so as well. Thank you.
Before you begin, Len, I just want to let the next person know. Alan Manowitz, I think.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I'd like to share some data, which I verified with Superintendent Malloy earlier. That is, I think, of general interest to the board and our community. I think some people already talked about it. But this data is what the unwritten policy is regarding parental notification of gender transitions happening at schools. So SRVUSD defers to the state. And the state says that when a student starts identifying as the opposite sex, no notification of parents is allowed unless the child expressly permits it, regardless of age. It's not an SRVUSD policy, it's state guidance. We both acknowledge that this makes no sense to a significant number of people. We can hear in the room. It makes sense to others as well. But especially in elementary is where the most significant concern is. The state points to AB 1266, which is very specific that bathrooms and sports will be based on gender identity. It says nothing about parental notification. Yet it's being interpreted by the state as requiring non-notification at all ages. California is also using the Chico USD lawsuit dismissal on July 11th as precedent to enforce a no notification policy at all California schools. The Chico case will likely make it to the Supreme Court in 3 years. If SRVUSD doesn't follow the state's guidance, they would be sued by the state. There are 2 school districts which have approved policies to notify parents, Chino Valley and Murrieta Valley. Chino Valley is already being sued by California, and Murrieta Valley will likely be next. There are differing opinions of this policy. On the pro side, advocates say a child has the right to privacy from their parents at any age and maturity, and they're the only ones that can consent to notification. On the con side, critics say there's no law expressing this right. Its logic assumes that parents are inherently dangerous to their children, that children, especially elementary and even autism spectrum children, do not have the mental capacity to consent to something like this, and would be significantly harmed mentally and physically by schools taking them on this path without their parents' involvement. Many people in the room think it's a great policy. Many people in the room see extreme danger in this policy, but I'm confident every person in this room is motivated to protect and develop children into powerful, resilient, productive, and happy adults. Yet we see this policy diametrically. So my request is to any of the parents, staff, trustees, or community members who are willing to converse, come talk to me. Come talk to me now, today, tomorrow, any day in the future. I want to discover with you the root of these differences. We can only do that by talking to each other. We can only uncover our different assumptions. We can peel back to find our fundamental root assumptions. We can explore the validity of our assumptions, the myopia of our assumptions, and then together reach a higher level of understanding. Let's talk.
Next up is Alan Manowitz, and following Alan will be Marlene Huffaker.
Thank you. My name's Alan Manowitz. I'm a longtime resident here. My children went to Baldwin and to Iron Horse and to San Ramon High School. I have grandchildren. I have deep roots in the community. My wife and I are grandchildren of Jewish immigrants from Russian hatred. All of my grandparents' relatives who stayed behind died in the Holocaust. As a country, our strength, the light of our grandparents saw it, has always been our diversity, our acceptance, our melting pot for immigrants, the opportunity for all races, religions, and more. Of course, acceptance was not without struggle. The fear of diversity has fed hatred, and hatred has too many times led to exclusion and violence. But we learned as a country to overcome our differences, to embrace them, to embrace the struggle to overcome them. By remembering how hard hatred was to overcome helps us not fall back to the dark days of fear. In California, I witnessed the hard-run struggle of acceptance for the first for the first time of the LGBT community. The first gay supervisor, Harvey Milk, the assassination of Harvey. Yet I also saw the first place to legalize same-sex marriage to allow same-sex adoption. We all remember the joy of those first marriages on the steps of San Francisco City Hall. And all of a sudden, all of that fear evaporated across the nation. And it said, how can this be bad? So knowledge, seeing things, seeing other people is the only cure for fear and the only cure for hate. We know that parents are not the issue here. Fear and hatred are the issue because there is a simmering ember of fear and hatred in these remarks. Everyone has always known that there are parents who don't accept the way their children are. I never understood who transgenders were until I came to California and I understood it. But I don't see any difference between the transgenders and the way they're treated in this country versus the way my grandparents were treated in Russia and the way that their relatives were murdered in the Holocaust. The vast majority of Americans, Contra Costans, and our neighbors accept diversity. Knowledge is the only cure for us to not fear, to not hate. And we need to learn, just like we learned as children, that there really aren't any monsters under the bed. Thank you.
As Marlene makes her way up, the final card that we'll do before we continue unagendized after the action items will be Ace Christman, sorry.
My statement's very short. I just wanted to say basically why I'm here tonight. I was just told out in the hall that I probably shouldn't be here because I don't have children in this school district. And the person telling me was shouting down, trying to shout down somebody else who was speaking who doesn't have a child in the school district. But I don't see it that way. I think that we're all responsible for all of the children and their futures and the way they learn and the way our country is going to develop. And so that's why I think I have a place here as much as people who have children in this particular school district. So I don't have a particular item to discuss tonight. I found it very difficult to get a comprehensive view of all the issues that are going on in this and in other districts, but particularly in this district. And there are multiple avenues, it appears, that the state, the school district, the teachers' unions, they're taking these multiple avenues to change the purpose of the public school system from teaching knowledge and skills to instilling a progressive ideology in our children. I don't think that's a reflection of my hating other people here. I think it's a reflection of my feeling that our country is based on a lot of principles. They're now trying to be overrun by a lot of people in positions of power. It will require an extensive time to get into all of the policies that are currently being promoted. The details of classroom instruction, to understand the details of the classroom instruction, the school programs, and the board policies. They've gone from institutions trying to create patriotic, well-informed individuals to those opposing basic American principles, freedom, capitalism, and traditional family units and values. Board and school policies supporting critical race theory, radical gender theory, removing parental controls, and dumbing down our grading system have infiltrated all grade levels in classrooms, as well as in sports clubs and other extracurricular activities. The situation seems overwhelming, and indeed, it has been said that it may be too late for California, but many of the people here have come to do their best to support parents and children who do not want to go down this road of insanity. And that in the future, I hope to have more details about a specific policy to discuss. But at this time, I'm just here to let parents and children know that we are here to support them if they're willing to and interested in fighting some of these policies.
Okay, Ace Crispin.
Hi, I'm Ace. I don't have a nice written out speech like everybody else did. I'm a trans man and I went to this, I've been to Monterey, Pine Valley, Cal High. My mom back there taught at Monterey for how long, mommy? 20 years. So I've definitely been around for a while. She's been around for a while. And it does disturb me how many voices I've heard that say, no, parents need to know if their kid comes out with a different identity, if they want to be referred to with a different name. And I think these people don't understand how terrifying this is. I came out when I was like 35. I was terrified. I love my parents. They're so supportive. I was so afraid that they would not accept me. Having the safety to be yourself in a public area and not be so scared that you're going to get kicked out on the street or something, it means the world. And there are people that will tell you, oh, you know, their kids, they don't know what they want. They'll change their mind. 97% of kids that transition, and I mean transition socially, and then later, perhaps, you know, surgically with hormones, but 97% are happy with their transition. They're happier afterwards. They're happy being themselves. And people say, oh, but there are people that detransition. 5% of the tiny percentage of trans people that detransition are because they figure out this is not right for me. 90% of the people that detransition are because they are not supported by their parents, by their schools, by their jobs, and by their communities. They know who they are, but they can't be who they are because of uneducated, hateful people. However, so many people are against trans people with this tiny minuscule thing. Again, 5% of detransition because it's not right for them. That is 0.04% of all trans people. On the other hand, 40 to 50% of marriages fail. Some studies say that anywhere from 17 to 28% of parents regret having kids, but nobody's stopping them. Just support your kids.
Okay, thank you all for understanding the procedures that we're doing to ensure that we get our business done. We're going to move into our next board report, which is the association president's reports. Is Tammy Castelluccio here? She is from our classified employees association.
Good evening. I'm Tammy Castelluccio, president of CSEA. CSEA represents a little over 1,000 classified employees in this district, covering clerical, technical, child nutrition, and paraeducators. Welcome back, everyone, for another great school year in SRVUSD. We hope everyone enjoyed their time off and are back refreshed and excited to support our students. CSEA and the district's negotiation team are working to schedule dates soon so we can get to the table to negotiate the reclassifications that were approved. We hope to meet by the end of the month and hopefully reach tentative agreement at that time or shortly thereafter. We also need to schedule dates to negotiate the 24-25 duty year calendars, as well as reopen our negotiations. But our priority is to complete the negotiations on the reclassifications. We again started out the year with many vacancies, especially with paraeducators. We also know that discussions need to commence about ways that we can get these positions filled so our students have all the support they need. And I'm looking forward to another great year in SRVUSD. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. And next coming up is Laura Finko, president of our Educators Association.
This is astonishing because usually y'all have left by now. This is fun.
Good evening. Please take a moment to acknowledge with me that the land on which we are gathered here this evening is the traditional lands of the Ohlone Nation and the home to the Takan people. The Ohlone Nation has remained committed to the stewardship of this land over many centuries, It has been cherished and protected as elders have instructed the young through generations. We are honored and grateful to be here today on their traditional lands.
Laura, can I interrupt you before you continue?
Yeah, you sure can.
I would like to ask the folks who are out in the lobby to please quiet down because you're distracting what's going on in the meeting. Thank you.
Mahalo nui. My name is Laura Finko. I'm president of the San Ramon Valley Education Association and the over 1,700 non-managerial certificated personnel in this district. This is my 35th year being a public education educator. 30 of those years right here in the San Ramon Valley Unified School District. This time of year is generally one of excitement for educators and for students alike. The new year, a fresh start, one of anticipation of the journey that's ahead. As teachers, we've spent the better part of the last few weeks of summer break creating the blueprints of a journey with the expectation that we will give the best to all of our students. Unfortunately, we're seeing less and less joy in teaching these days, and this impacts our profession and it impacts our students. The rise of keyboard warriors, the attacks of our school systems, of our teachers, the attacks on our curriculum, the attacks of who we are, along with the elevated expectations, increased workload, and just not enough educators to carry the weight. More and more educators are leaving. In a recent social media post from parents of the SRVUSD, so right here, our home ground, it was noted that an insane amount of controversy in the schools over the last several years has burnt out too many of our incredible educators. This is a quote from someone, this is not me. Quite a few have left. The gratification of having a lasting positive impact on students no longer outweighs the pressure and the stress the job now entails, let alone being thrown into the middle of a harsh political spotlight. The post goes on to plead, as we head into the new school year, please remember educators are also human. They are doing their best to teach students while encouraging them to be kind, respectful, and compassionate citizens. Let's show our appreciation by giving them the same respect and support they give our kids. Our students, that's really what this is about. I don't know any public school teacher, any public school educator who said they were going to get into teaching because of the great salaries, although I think that should be a conversation that we have at another meeting at another time. No, it's really about providing what is best for our students, following curricular standards, using our best practices, and ensuring that all of our students have the best educational experience possible. As an educator, it's an honor to be part of our students' lives as they navigate this journey. In the 35 years that I've been a California educator, there have been at least 6,000 students who have gone through my doors, and countless more that have been on the campuses of the schools that I have taught. When I take time to breathe in the reality, the weight of the responsibility I have to each and every child I come in contact with, it is mind-blowing. Krista McAuliffe is one of my heroes, and she said it best when she said, and I paraphrase, I touch the future, I teach. When SRVUSD, that teachers union, says hashtag for our students, it is not just rhetoric, it is deeply embedded in who we are and what we stand for. It is the focus of everything that we do, and it is what is best for our students. Our educators show up every day and they put forward their best because that's what our students deserve. Sadly, though, right here in the SRVUSD, educators have been threatened and harassed by members of the public as a result of their efforts to teach truth and support marginalized students. Under the California Constitution, all students and staff have the inalienable right to attend campuses which are safe, secure, and peaceful. Given the inflammatory terms in which these attacks on diversity are being waged, such as falsely characterizing LGBTQ+ inclusive curriculum as predatory or grooming. It is also of grave concern that too often the public comments go as far as identifying openly educators' names and their places of employment. This opens our educators up for threats of violence and attacks. Not to mention it causes a safety concern for our students. Last year, I called upon our management partners to investigate their obligations to legally protect our educators and students and stop this hateful rhetoric that is being spewed under the guise of the First Amendment and the Brown Act. At some point, this disinformation and these threats need to stop. As educators, we have standards, we have laws, we have policy, we have ed code that we must follow. As educators, we are obligated to ensure our schools are safe for all of our students. We are obligated to provide inclusive instructional material. This year, I'm calling upon our community to stand up for our students, all of our students, stand up against the inflammatory rhetoric and disinformation. Let our kids and our educators know that there is no home for this in the SRVUSD, not here, not now, not ever. My mother passed away in December. She once shared with me an Irma Bombeck article, Marching to a Different Drummer. I won't share it with you this evening, but I encourage you to Google it and read it. The point in me sharing this is to reiterate, our students do not come in homogeneous packages. Each is unique with diverse needs, dreams, wants. As a community, we owe it to our kids to help them grow into the best versions of themselves. I'm forever grateful to my mom for letting me do me, for encouraging me to march to the beat of my drummer. I'm grateful for the educators in my life who didn't just see the geeky, awkward girl, but they encouraged the brave and compassionate warrior. I'm grateful tonight for all who bravely speak out and make sure our kids see themselves in our curriculum. And for every child watching tonight, who's to say the drummer you march to won't take you to the stars? Thank you.
And I don't see our other association president here. She doesn't usually attend, so I'm going to move on to superintendent's report. Dr. Malloy.
Thank you, President Hurd. And as we begin this school year, I'd like to share a sentence I learned at a meeting yesterday that I loved. And the sentence was, a school year is a series of miracle days. I'm just going to leave that image with you for a minute. A series of miracle days, because magic does happen in our classrooms. We might forget that sometimes, and that's because of amazing educators partnering with our families and community to serve students. And having been in a number of districts, I can say this with confidence, for so many reasons, we are an exemplary district. And that's why it is additionally exciting to begin this school year. Just to recap what we're about very briefly, because new beginnings give us new chances. And I say as compassionately and as clearly as I can that it's important for us to tell our whole story while we're dealing with challenging issues, not ignoring the challenging issues, but to tell our whole story. Our goal is to broaden the definition of success on the foundation of academic excellence so our kids can thrive. I really want to highlight that academic excellence remains while we do this additional work. We believe our students thrive when we help them to be thinkers, creators, collaborators, communicators, and adaptable learners, which basically means they can adjust to new situations, respond productively to feedback, and empathize with diverse views. No matter what we believe in this room and throughout our district, that seems to be what comes up at the top of every list of what our kids need. And those concepts have been enshrined in our new learner profile that will inform our instruction and the learning opportunities we provide. We've said often that we want our students to be great students and happy, healthy human beings. And they will make our world now and tomorrow a better place. And again, this isn't a poster. This is true. We are seeing our students already making this kind of difference. Now, in order to help our students thrive, we are creating deep learning environments where students go beyond simply memorizing facts for tests. There's nothing wrong with memorizing facts for tests. However, we know that when our kids synthesize and analyze, when our students collaborate with classmates to create new ideas and solutions, communicate their learning in really significant ways, we know that that makes a difference for our students' success. We are providing access to learning opportunities and programs our students need to be successful. And providing access means we're removing barriers too, and that we are interrupting when barriers exist. We really pride ourselves, and we're trying to do better, to listen closely to our students so we understand our students' experience in our decision making, because it was said earlier tonight that most often our rooms that speak about students are filled with wonderful, well-meaning adults. And sometimes our perspectives fill the rooms, like mine is right now, more than our students. And we need to think about that. We are committed to helping our students feel that sense of belonging at school so that they can be successful learners. We want them to build confidence and independence, to experience a real sense of community so they can figure out who they are, what they want to be and do after they leave our district. That's what community is about. So our bottom line, no matter what our views are or our perspectives might be, this is the bottom line given to us by you. I'm sharing kind of how we're operationalizing the direction that you as a board have given. All students need to feel safe, cared for, respected, and included so they can learn. And this commitment drives our actions and decisions. Specifically, as we reflect upon tonight and other meetings and conversations that happen on social media and in our community, I do believe, and I think you would agree, that keeping this commitment front and center for our students is the only way. And I truly believe that everyone in this space and in our community actually does believe that. The challenge is how we do that is probably where we need to figure out how to come together. We understand that there are different views regarding LGBTQ plus issues. We know there are different opinions about the use of curriculum materials that reflect the diversity of our community. We know that there are different expectations regarding what our students should be learning about. And if we can find space to actually wrestle with that without losing sight of that safe, cared for, respected, included, I actually do believe, as a newer member of this community, I moved to Danville 3 years ago, I think we can do this. I really do. And I'm not just trying to be optimistic without grounding. A couple of things. We can't talk about legislation this evening because it's not on the agenda. And that's why our legal counsel is not here. But I just need to state to our board and to our community that oftentimes we hear about district officials making legal statements. I promise you, board, you always have access, and our legal counsel will come into this room and speak to law, which we are not experts in. So I want to be absolutely clear that sometimes I and my team will share legal perspectives, but they're not ours because that's not our expertise. It's important to note that we do follow all legislation. We adhere to the California curriculum standards. We support our amazing educators who are professionals who do understand how to teach and to support our students effectively. And by the way, when I use the term educators, that is all of us who support students in their learning process. We collaborate with parents and caregivers, and this partnership helps our students to be successful. And I do want to say, we also care about those of you who are listening or who are here tonight, who are part of our community who do not have students in our district right now. You are still important and you matter as well. We have listened to our students in so many different ways. And no matter what our opinion might be as adults in this room, some of our students have shared that they don't feel safe. That's just a reality. That's not coming from any of us, for the most part, who have spoken, even though we have heard from some students where they've already shared that tonight. In order to support our students, we really need to do everything possible, I believe, to unite our community. We're not going to agree all the time. And I'm just hoping that as we start this new year, we can be so very respectful as we work through. If everyone in our community agreed about how we should navigate these issues, they wouldn't be difficult issues. But then again, the power of democracy is that we create space to wrestle with difficult issues. To be clear, we invite anyone in our community, please, to speak to their child's teacher if they are uncomfortable about anything that is happening in the classroom. We ask you to speak to your child's principal if you're still concerned. We ask you to speak to district level representatives, and on our website, it shows each school and who that person is if you still need support. And of course, you can share anything with our board. I'm sure I can speak for you if it has to do with their decision. The reason that process is so important is because it's very hard to come to a place of understanding through social media and email. So I just want to say publicly that when you hear from us that we're inviting you to a dialogue, it's not because we're trying to hide, be less transparent, or run away. It's just that the email and social media do not work. But we are happy to have conversations in order to get to a better place. There are many perceptions that are sometimes communicated in this room and beyond about what is happening in our classrooms at certain schools and in our district. Sometimes, from my perspective, when we've looked deeply at some of these issues, I don't believe they're always accurate. Certainly, sometimes they are. There might be more context that might be missing. There may be privacy issues which don't allow certain information to be communicated. There may be more complexity to a situation that only is partly understood. But I do think, as I've said, we can get to a better place through dialogue. But please reach out. And I would ask that we each learn to ask each other questions before making judgments and statements that could actually exacerbate harm. If we start with the questions, we might engage in a discussion that might lead to new understanding. If we start with a judgment that puts people into an angry state of defensiveness, regardless of their views, I promise you we won't get to a better place. This year, we will continue our focus on the important relationship between parents, caregivers, school, and district staff. This work has started previously when we work closely with parent leaders in feeder patterns and in other places. We've also worked closely with PTA and our Ed Fund leaders as well. We understand that trust has been impacted over time, and we will continue to reach out to you, our parents and caregivers, to help us gain insights on how we do our work together. We will also continue reaching out to our staff. It will do us absolutely no good if we're on different pages. We will learn and listen what kinds of support are needed there. We will build on already existing opportunities, such as what you're doing, the talk with trustees, parent meetings, steering committees, any chance we get to learn, listen, gain insight. Nothing works better than strengthening relationships. And when relationships are strong, we can get through all kinds of things. In closing, I'll end my reflections the way I started. We have great schools in SRVUSD with amazing staff, an engaged community, serving wonderful students. And I've used a lot of adjectives there, and I say them sincerely. We have much to celebrate while we work through the challenges. And I look forward to the ways we will share our achievements, build on our successes, and communicate our outcomes while dealing with tough stuff. I look forward to the ways we will dialogue with one another this year. and we will share leadership in terms of how we influence our direction. I appreciate you, our board, who sets the direction. And most importantly, as we start this new school year, I look forward to witnessing the miracles and the magic happening across our 35 schools each and every day. That's the way I started. That's the way I'm ending my reflections on this opening school year meeting. Let's have an amazing year together and let's celebrate the magic and the miracles because of our wonderful students. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us to our action items and public hearings. First one is item 10.1. I do not have any cards on this item. Consideration of adoption of resolution 32 for the school year, approval of provisional internship permits or PIPs. Melanie.
Good evening, trustees. I believe this item has become a familiar item and coming before you quite frequently. And just as a reminder, this particular resolution provides teachers who are working towards earning the requirements to get into an internship program to earn their credentials, additional time to meet their subject matter requirements and competencies. So in the midst of the teacher shortage, it's even more critical that we as a district support teachers who are looking to come into the profession and to earn their credentials, and we want to continue to support that.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move the approval of PIP.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
The motion was made by Board Member Ordway and seconded by Board Member Clark. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Okay, our next item is 10.2, consideration of adoption of the 2023-24 annual resolutions. And we began the process of approving all of these kinds of resolutions at one time at the beginning of the school year, a number of years back before COVID, because it's a great way to get them all on the calendar. And what we don't want them just to be pieces of paper. We want them to actually have some action and some celebration and some observance at our school sites. So having them all laid out for the whole school year is really helpful. And I hope I didn't steal your thunder there as I said that, but you take it from here.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees, and thank you, President Hurd. Yes, in front of you are the recommended resolutions for the 23-24 school year. I did want to note a few high-level things prior to your discussion and action. First, you will see a revised list in front of you. Words Matter Week was accidentally placed in March. We have revised it to reflect where it has been traditionally celebrated in San Ramon to the first week of February, which is the 4th through the 10th. So please note that revision. In addition, I wanted to just note a few high-level comments prior to your discussion and action on the resolutions in terms of how our team reviewed and updated the resolutions. One, we edited and updated any statistics that were part of the resolutions. Two, we added any practices that we are doing that are not reflected in the current resolution that we are doing within our school sites. We deleted anything we no longer do. So we took anything that was obsolete. And last, we cleaned up any language that just didn't make sense, but we did not change any content. So I just wanted to have you have that high level summary prior to your discussion and action. We have a number of our teams here this evening to discuss the resolution and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. So we do have 11 cards for this item. Given that that was the staff presentation, I'm going to go to any questions from the board. After questions, I'd like to take the public comment. A few people did mark like one card for several things, so I may ask a question before I call an individual up just to clarify their card and the item. But let's proceed that way. I don't want to necessarily close cards at this point, but I'm kind of noting I have 11. We're going to deal with the 11, and then I'll see where we're going with time from there. Okay.
If we want to make comments, do you want us to wait till after?
I want you to wait till after public comment for your comments. The intent with this, if I can just interject, the intent is to approve all of them together. Okay. I'll leave it at that.
And
So
so you want to wait for our discussion until after public comment? Is that what? You were saying?
Yeah, discussion and comments and all that after we hear from our public. But if you have clarifying questions or, you want to ask about a question about a particular resolution, go right ahead.
Currently or after?
If you have a question, you can ask a question first. It's
Okay.
the discussion I want to do after we hear from people.
Perfect. So I do have one question. I have some comments I'll hold for later. I've had a group of students reach out to me and they've been really inspired and encouraged by multiple of these resolutions that we celebrate that bring awareness and a sense of belonging throughout the year. And they are actually really inspired by a few particular things that they're passionate about. And they reached out to me and said, how do you even do one of these things? So what is the process of a group of students presenting something like that?
So what we've done traditionally is resolutions are developed cohesively with board members, with students and with members of our staff. We look to other resolutions that are models within the state, and we also refer to the CD website where often there's guidance provided by the California Department of Education.
Okay, excellent.
So if a student group had an idea, they could bring it through any of those channels. And
Perfect.
It could be uploaded.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, is that the only question?
Yeah, and I have some comments, but I'll save them for.
Thank you.
after.
Laura, did you have something? You looked like you were going.
Well,
for
yeah, I was just gonna note and ask the question about Day of Silence because I believe that was a student directed resolution ask. Is that correct?
Student driven, yeah.
Student driven, right? They came to the board and asked for that resolution.
Yeah.
So that's a good example of that.
Right. Okay, we're not going to separate any of them, so it's one card per person. If we are going to take, my plan is that if there are any wishes to change a resolution, that it go through the parliamentary procedure where a board member makes a motion to make a change and that we deal with it tonight, because we want all 26 of these to go out for the whole year and we don't want any of them to be delayed, and we also don't want to belabor them tonight. Okay, so first public comment will be Crystals. I don't have a last name. I just want to clarify on this card that you wrote in your note there, Day of Silence, Pride Month, and class literature. So Day of Silence and Pride Month are part of the resolutions, so those are appropriate to talk about, but class literature would have been a non-agendized comment. So Crystal, come on up.
If you wanted to change a resolution, you have to go through something. What was that?
If anyone giving public comment wants to make a request about a specific resolution, the board is listening. And if the board wants to act on your suggestion, they may make a motion to amend that resolution to that effect. But public is making suggestions. You're talking to us and then we do the acting. Is that clear?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go off of what I wrote as quickly as I can because I only have 3 minutes. So I'm here to discuss the resolution forms which were handed to some of the parents from Country Club Elementary School. Form number 1, which was the school district supports the National Day of Silence, where the students are encouraged to take a vow of silence for a period of time in order to bring attention to any form of bullying, harassment to the LGBTQ community. Form number 2, school district supports June celebration of Pride Month, where staff and students are encouraged to dress, decorate, and or celebrate the same-sex couples and gender dysphoria. I'd also like to address the issue of teachers and staff members. Oh, you said not to talk about the reading of the literature.
That's not a resolution.
Okay. Okay, let me just go off of, I'll just try to skip that. My question is, what is the purpose of it? Okay, so let me read it. And why all of a sudden is LGBTQ one of the most pushed ideas targeting all of our kids and our youth in our society? And how is the idea that, for example, my 6-year-old son can deny that he is a boy and choose to change the name that my husband and I gave him at his birth, which your district law does say that they can change at any time without our permission and no matter their age. My question is, how is that going to help him in life? And in reality, I feel like it's like you're kind of like creating a rebellious generation where they're not really
like they're feeling to be rebel by offering extreme, I'll call it extreme pampering, or outside of home support to any child who might be confused of their gender, which probably, because of the literature that's brought, it opens up that door. We need to understand that this community is mixed with different people, which I know that you guys understand that, different views, cultures, upbringings, and this also includes religious diversity. Many parents here do not agree nor desire or neither approve of these resolutions or literature being fed, to the kids. And I was requesting for it to be reconsidered. Targeting or exalting specific groups only separates and it divides the community when you exalt certain groups only, rather than it bringing us together. And people need to feel respected no matter what their views or opinions are. However, even the district hasn't upheld their own written standards, which it says in your policy 6141.2 that the staff members shall be highly sensitive to their obligation not to interfere with the religious development of any student in whatever tradition the student embraces. My question to the board is, what about the people in this community who do practice religious morality or who abstain themselves from gender ideologies or same-sex relationships because it's part of their belief?
Your time is up.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker, it just says San Ramon parent and a capital H. So I'm not sure who that might be.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening and to speak amongst our community members and the board. I don't have much prepared, just kind of reviewing some of the resolutions that have been observed and practiced over the last couple years. In particular, I recognize of the 26 listed resolution that 2 of them specifically are related to supporting and recognizing the LGBT community members. That is Day of Silence. And at some point, Day of Silence was introduced at the high school level and has trickled down to middle school level and elementary school level. Elementary school students have no idea what this means unless they are being taught, whether it be at home or at school. 4 and 5-year-old children, 6, 7, 8, and 9-year-olds do not inherently know what bisexual, transsexual, lesbian, gay means. There's no way for them to be able to identify because they're no sexual. They're not having sex. They're not having sex. They're no sexual. So to recognize this at an elementary school level is very inappropriate. Very inappropriate. We recognize, however, that at a middle school level and at a high school level, these students are experiencing challenges, curiosity, confusion, and maybe do need to be affirmed. And that's perfectly fine. It is more age appropriate at those levels. Age appropriate levels. Elementary school is not age appropriate. Recognize June as Pride Month. This is something that's recognized nationally. I get that. But again, there's 2 resolutions of the 26 that specifically recognize the LGBT community. I only see one recognizing the Hispanic community. Only one. I'm a Latina. I'd like to be represented twice a year during the school year. I'd like my community, my culture to be represented. I would ask that you would provide the same provisions for the 24 other resolutions that you do for the LGBT community. That's giving us our own flag to fight, our own activities. Allow us to be fully represented the way the other communities are being represented, not just once. African American History Month, only once. Only once. No other activities, no other day for anybody other than the LGBT community. Bullying Week, National Bullying Prevention Week. I hope that we're recognizing everybody that is being bullied of every culture, Christians, Black, Hispanic, Muslim, Hindu. Everybody needs to be protected and feel safe. All the community.
The next card I have, the name on it is Moms for Liberty. And I'm gonna go ahead and read a second one too, because we might be out in the hall. Next person is Lisa Dispro. So it's Moms for Liberty, is that your card? Okay, come on up.
Board members. I just have a little bit to say about this and I will talk about the other stuff on public comment. But as a parent who loves everyone regardless of their race, gender, age, I would like to express to you that we need curriculum surrounding all of this. Things that don't align with our values as a parent or religious values, we need to be able to sit down and look at what you are going to be planning on talking to kids about in kindergarten, in second grade, in third grade, in high school, surrounding LGBTQ events. Most of our family members, we have people who are gay. We have people who are bisexual, transgender, and we feel that it is a very close thing to the family unit that we are able to discuss with our children. So while we know that you do celebrate Pride Month and you have these resolutions coming up, we just ask that you guys actually provide the parents with what we need to feel that we can equip our children with when they go to school, if it's not something that is in alignment with our values. One of the other things that really bothered me when the Day of Silence was at Charlottewood Middle School, children that wanted to participate in Day of Silence were given a necklace. If you did not participate, you did not get a necklace. We are supposed to be bringing our community together. We want everybody to feel safe, but by creating a division with segregating students, whether you support with a necklace or not, that is not bringing our students together. That creates bullies on the playground. So Mr. Malloy, I heard you speak and, we have talked to teachers. We have talked to principals. We have expressed concerns over our beliefs to many people in our community. And it's a game of ping pong. Somebody always refers us here or there or everywhere. And we just need to have a level playing field so we can sit down and talk about what our side feels that we need to be valued for and what we want our children to be learning. We love everybody, regardless of what you believe, but we do need to feel that we have a voice in this community as well. So as you say, please, partner with parents. We want to partner with you. That's all I have.
Next card is Lisa Dispro, followed by Mike Arata. And Mr. Arata, I'm putting both of your cards together because you only get one.
Good evening. Point of clarification. Every citizen in California is entitled to attend and to voice their concerns at public meetings. So as a resident of Moraga, I'm entitled to come to a public meeting and voice my concerns. I contribute to the electricity, the heating, the salaries, all of the financial needs of this school district, as you do to all the other school districts in the state of California. We have over 900 school districts. We put our monies into a melting pot. The concept that someone would be an outsider and could not come and address concerns for a public board is false. Can I vote to elect someone in your district? No.
Could you get to the topic of the resolution?
I would, but
Definitely made your point. We
thank you.
understand.
And I would appreciate it if sometime the board would address it to the audience so they were informed. I'm speaking about detransitioners. They are a population that are being bullied, maligned.
Wait, we're on resolutions. Which resolution are you?
The
speaking to?
resolution I want to suggest is a detransitioners awareness resolution. that would align with allowing students to know about?
It's not agendized. We do not have, this isn't a bring up your
You
resolution
have
idea.
26.
Yeah, but
And you
we're
said-
talking to the 26 that are here, not additional ones. Trustee Van Zee asked about what the process is for bringing new ones forward. It's not here.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was confused. I thought it was eligible for this topic.
No.
Could you look at my card and tell me the topic that I wrote there?
That would be unagendized public comment. But if you really wanted to bring a new resolution forward, the process is to bring forward the idea and it gets vetted through the process. That's what my colleague,
Okay,
Trustee Van Zee.
my
was asking
confusion,
about.
I did not understand. I ask your forgiveness.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Next up is Mike Arata. And Mike will be followed by Terry, need the glasses for the last name, Terry Thompson.
I oppose both resolution 21 and 26 and intended to speak on both. So this will be combined, given the limit imposed. I'll concentrate though on number 26. The question is, what are your criteria for special treatment of organized groups, including days of silence and flying of flags for an entire month? What other flags, for instance, do you permit to be displayed for a month at a time on district flagpoles, in addition to the United States flag and the state flag of California? Will you fly, say, the historic "Don't Tread on Me" Gadsden rattlesnake flag upon request? If not, why not? If Gays Against Groomers settle on a flag design, will you fly that one if asked? Probably not, I'm guessing, since in fact your own personnel have enthused about their experiences in queering the classroom, i.e. programs which sexualize young children.
Mr. Arata, I'm going to interrupt you to ask you to speak to the 26 resolutions that are here, not hypothetical resolutions. There's a process for that, okay?
Yeah, I'm saying there's a problem with 26. Am I permitted to say that? And
With
can I get
all
my time back?
26 or number 26?
Number 26.
Then please
That's
speak
what
to
I'm
number
concentrating on.
26.
So I'm addressing.
Thank you. You
flag
helped me see
special
the
for-
nexus there.
special
Thank you. Go ahead.
Are you going to give me my time back?
Can we give him 10 seconds back?
Probably 15 or 20, in fact. Again, the progress flag, now including blue and pink wedges to celebrate transgender psychosis, began as a rainbow flag that was conceptualized by Harvey Milk and constructed by Gilbert Baker. Baker was a drag queen who nicknamed himself Busty Ross as a play on Betsy Ross, the lady credited with the first adopted Stars and Bars version of the American flag. Randy Schultz, homosexual author of And the Band Played On, was a friend of Harvey Milk's, and he was also Milk's biographer in another book entitled The Mayor of Castro Street, The Life and Times of Harvey Milk. Schultz was honest about the downsides and dangers of homosexual activity. In The Band Played On, he called for closing homosexual bathhouses as a means of slowing the spread of AIDS. And in his Harvey Milk biography, again, one of the originators of the flag, the progress flag now, the rainbow flag then, Schultz revealed that, quote, Harvey always had a penchant for young waifs with substance abuse problems, unquote. In other words, Harvey Milk was a pederast who preyed on young people with drug habits. Nevertheless, the school district lionizes Harvey Milk with TK through 5 elementary grade read alouds of the book Pride, the Story of Harvey Milk and the Rainbow Flag. You also fly the flag designed by pederast Harvey Milk and drag queen Gilbert Baker for an entire month. I would ask, have you no shame, but for the fact that you and your SRVUSD predecessors have effectively answered that question beginning decades ago? You have no shame.
Hey, I'm going to interject on our public comments here to remind everyone that the views expressed during public comment are those of the individual speaker. The absence of a response from the board or district staff to non-agendized as well as agendized ones does not imply agreement. The district believes in an inclusive, welcoming, and safe environment for its meetings for all of our community. The board respects each individual's right to express ideas and opinions. While the board cannot prohibit public criticism of the board or the district pursuant to applicable law and board policy, we kindly ask that when making public comments, you refrain from the use of profanity, exercise tolerance of others and their viewpoints, and exemplify model behavior. Please be mindful that students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all of those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and respected. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Thompson.
My name is Terry Thompson. My wife Dee and I have lived in the district for 43 years, and 2 of our 3 daughters graduated from Monte Vista High School. I strongly object to item 10.2, the blanket approval of 26 resolutions by the Board of Education. 2 items in particular should not avoid public scrutiny and be swept under the rug by this unilateral action. They are Resolution 21, Day of Silence, and Resolution 26, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month. First of all, what is the primary job of the district high schools? I submit that it is to teach the boys and girls basic skills in reading, writing, mathematics, geography, and other skills that they will need to compete in today's world. I submit that one of the responsibilities of the district high schools is not to introduce the boys and girls to pornography, wokeness, and LGBT ideology. Rather, it is protect them from pornography, wokeness, and LGBT ideology. Resolution 21 is in support of the National Day of Silence. Resolution 21 encourages students to be silent for a whole day and not participate in class discussion. It further has the effect of intimidating the teachers to prepare lesson plans that do not require class discussion. If a teacher doesn't go along, he or she risks retribution from the woke administration and its equity, not equality, focused personnel. With few precious days of instruction available to the students, it is unconscionable to risk taking away 1 full day of instruction. You're robbing both the students and the taxpayers. I request that you change the procedure and let the day of silence stand on its own. It should not be approved by procedural silence. Similarly, Resolution 26 deserves input from the community. It should not be swept under the rug by blanket resolution. One of the promoters of this blanket resolution is Superintendent Dr. John Malloy, who is an outspoken proponent of woke ideology, pornographic books in high school libraries, and equity rather than equality in all district schools. We should not let him have his way in this very important issue. I'm making a request directly to you, the 5 elected members of the school board. These 2 items are too important to be left to 3 employees of the district. I request that you remove these
Time is
2
up.
items from the blanket resolution and allow for community input.
Our next speaker is Taylor DeBroder. And after Taylor, we have 4 more cards, and I'm going to close it off there unless anyone has a card to speak to one of the other resolutions that we have not heard about. Go ahead, Taylor.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having me here. My name is Taylor Denbroder. My pronouns are he, they. I am the chapter president of our local PFLAG chapter here in San Ramon, Danville. I wanted to come up initially to just thank you for having these things, but I do feel the need to expand a bit on that and make it a little bit more personal. I have had the opportunity through being part of PFLAG to meet with students in the district, parents of students in the district. And truly the importance of having the Day of Silence, of having Pride Month recognized is just astronomical to these students. The ability for them to have even a day, much less a month or any event where they can feel seen, feel loved, and feel supported by the district is amazing. I've heard people up here before me talk about the pride flag and it being flown. And I want to say from my own point of view, from the people I hear, having the pride flag fly anywhere in the district, much less at all schools, is an amazing way to show students that they are seen, that they are safe, and that they are protected by this district. In addition to the things I do, I have a few kids that I'm very close with that I babysit. They're in elementary school. They know that I'm gay. For them, all that they know is that someday I'll have a husband. And they are totally fine with that. And they're so excited about that. Because at that age, that's all they need to know. And that's all they really can understand. And for them, it is totally fine. And they're excited for me to be. I would just wrap it up and say that in our schools, there is no room for racism. There is no room for homophobia. And there is no room for hate. Thank you.
Next speaker is Pat Reed, followed by Bob Allen. Pat Reed, are you making your way up? Oh, okay. Thank you, Alana. Bob Allen?
Hello, my name's Bob Allen. I'm a teacher at Cal High. I've been in this school district for 8 years now. It is the first school district that I have felt I'm able to be out in. I talk about my partner, Michael, regularly. I'm out to my students. This is not a huge shock to them. I think what has been said here today is more than enough reason why we need the resolutions 21 and 26. We have students who are questioning. I will tell my story again. I was questioning myself in 1978. There were no books in the library. There were no pride flags. There was nothing. And yet I am still out as a gay man. Dr. Malloy, you mentioned earlier about wanting to work with the community. I fully agree. I agree with people coming up to this microphone and speaking what they have to say. That's their right. What I would like for you to think about is who you're going to talk to. Are you going to talk to the people who will have a discussion with you, or will you talk with the people who are up here regularly dehumanizing our students, dehumanizing the teachers, dehumanizing the members of this community who happen to be different from them? And that is why we still need these resolutions. Thank you.
Heather Kelly, please. And then Ravneet Jolka.
Hello. I have been a resident of the San Ramon Valley School District for over 25 years and have 3 children attending 5 different schools in the district. I understand that things have changed in the 7 years since my children have attended the local schools here. But looking at the 26 different resolutions and the months and the weeks, it seems to be more about activism than about education. Very little of these weeks or months have anything to do with education. Many of these recognition weeks are repetitive. Citizens Awareness Month, National Bullying Prevention, Inclusive School Week, Words Matter Week, Environmental Week, Day of Silence, and Pride Month. All these recognition weeks, of course, might be important, and we all should love thy neighbor. But many of the children are not reading and writing at school level, and we should focus on education and not dividing our communities by race, color, or gender. Many families in our community already have their own family values, cultures, educational work ethic, and religion at home. But some children only have education at school. It seems to me that our educators are using vulnerable children to further their own agendas and ideologies. Since 1962, our country has taken out religion from the public schools, not to push religious ideologies on other children during school time. Many of these recognition programs are are religions in their own right and should not be pushed on our children without parental acknowledgement. Our children are our children and are not owned by the government or the school district. Thank you.
Final comment for card for Revneet. So I'm not going to bore you all again with my history lesson, but I do want to reiterate that our founding fathers perceived a public school education as the basis for teaching our children, our nation's children, about their rights and what liberty means. When we go through and read these resolutions, we learn about what rights mean. We learn about people who have been denied their rights. And we know that as Californians and Americans, we have voted to safeguard those very same rights. Our children come from different backgrounds each and every day. Some children come straight from other countries or continents. Some come from other states. Some come from different religions. Whoever and wherever they are coming from, in the public classroom, they are one and the same. They are SRVUSD children. We need our children to learn about the world around them. Our world has accepted the existence of gay, transgender, LGBTQ+, etc. We know that they exist. We have decided that we welcome them in our society as evidenced by the protections that we as a society have passed on their behalf. The same is true for individuals of different national origin, skin color, or ethnicity. Not every child is taught that at home, and that is perfectly fine. Every parent parents their child differently, as they should. However, as a nation and as a state, our schools are where our children learn about our society as a whole. If we do not teach them what our society means, they will continue to live in their own bubble. They will be unprepared for the world they will eventually face when they leave their parents' homes. I know that when I was growing up here, there were no resolutions really regarding LGBTQ or individuals from different nations or states. My father wears a turban. My classmate's frame of reference for him was the character Punjab from the movie Annie. It never bothered us because, quite honestly, that was representation at that time for my people. But we are different. We have grown as a society and as a people. We are doing better, and we can still do better in more of what we are doing right now. We need to continue to support our children. We need to prepare them for the world that we have voted on, the world that we as a society have said is appropriate and acceptable for us to live in. That's the world our children are facing, and it is resolutions and months where we honor our different heritages. That's what we are doing with those resolutions, and I wholeheartedly support any resolution that encourages our children to learn about the world around them. Thank you. Okay, now I'd like to open it up for trustees to talk. Jesse, I know you alluded to that you had some comments. Would you like to?
I already asked this question, so if anybody else wants to go first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you like to go, Shelley?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to talk about these resolutions tonight. I want to say first that I am here to represent all students in this school district. But tonight I'm going to talk about some of the things that have been brought up around resolution 21 and 26. We know that students refuse to learn and disengage from adults who don't see and respect them. We know that students will stop attending school if they aren't safe and supported. If we want students to learn and teachers to support their academic success, then we need to be able to ensure their safety, both physically and emotionally. The pride flag is not an explicitly political symbol. It displays support for the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion so that all students can thrive. It is a symbol of support for students, which shouldn't be politicized. There is ample evidence collected by many scholars over the past 2 decades that clearly show that LGBTQ youth are not safe in many schools. They experience higher rates of bullying and harassment, dropping out, and lower feelings of school safety and belonging. School climate research indicates that for students to be successful at school, they need to feel safe, like they belong, and have positive student-teacher relationships. If these elements aren't present, students are more likely to struggle academically, skip school, or drop out. Teachers understand this and try to build positive relationships with their students. These stickers and flags are one way to signal support and affirmation for students who don't often feel seen and respected at school. Having supportive adults at school is important. There is no evidence that seeing a pride flag or safe space sticker will turn a person gay, nor will reading a book. What it might do is make them feel supported enough that they are willing to come out or share that aspect of their identity with you. This argument assumes that having an LGBTQ identity is a bad thing that is to be avoided. This framing is harmful. If more kids come out as LGBTQ+, that should be viewed as a good thing. It means they feel seen, safe, and supported, and can lead healthier lives as a result of having pride and confidence in their developing identities. The reasons someone identifies as LGBTQ+ are not settled in the research community, but there is no evidence that seeing a pride flag is a factor. The rainbow flag is strongly connected to the LGBTQ+ community, but it also is a representation of social change, cited as being a symbol of hope and peace. The month of June is Pride Month. Many of our students, staff, parents, guardians, and community members identify as members of the rainbow or LGBTQ+ community. Flying the pride flag signals that our schools are safe spaces for everyone. The catalyst for early Pride celebrations was the need for equal rights to be extended to all LGBTQ+ people. This call for a world without discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity is the reason we continue to celebrate Pride today. Our school district is showing our acceptance and celebration of LGBTQ+ community during Pride Month by raising the pride flag at schools across SRVUSD.
Sorry, I was reading it out. No. I wanted to ask a couple of questions just to clarify some of the information that was presented by our public. So with Day of Silence, do teachers teach and do students learn? Can someone speak to that?
I think we mean staff, right?
Yes, staff. I'm sorry, staff.
Yes, thank you though. I'm going to call up our executive director, Debbie Pettish, but to answer your question, yes, staff are expected to teach and students are learning on that day. I can have Debbie add any additional information she sees fit.
Good evening, Board of Education. No, Christine is exactly right. They're absolutely 100%. The teachers are expected to teach on that day and students are expected to be learning on that day. And even as part of the resolution, it says that explicitly. And that if a student does take a vow of silence for that day, and is required to talk in class for whatever reason per the teacher, then that is something that they need to do. Obviously, teachers try to respect that and offer alternative activities that are still meeting the state of California content standards.
Okay. And then with the value of celebrating Day of Silence in elementary school, I know that was discussed a little bit. Do we know, I know there's privacy around this, but do we know if there are students in elementary schools who are a part of LGBTQ+ families? Perhaps they have same-sex parents or family members, extended family members or siblings who are part of that community? Would you say that
That celebrate that day?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. Absolutely. I mean, obviously it's celebrated much less at our elementary schools, but we do find that at times they hear about the day and the meaning of the day, either from their parents, from older siblings, maybe that go to the middle school or the high school. They may come to school curious about that day and ask the staff questions. And so some do participate, but there's not many.
Okay. Okay. And then I know for me, and I've talked about the Day of Silence, I'm incredibly grateful that the board back in 2017, 2016, that they present, or that the students came and asked for this resolution and the board approved it. I know that my own children were in middle school, two of my 4 children were in middle school at that time, and they came home that year and they were empowered in a way that I had not seen them ever, really. And the way that I understand the Day of Silence to be is that it's a day where those students who at times feel unseen and unheard in the classroom, that at times maybe they feel like other people don't think that they even exist, that they're dehumanized, that it's an opportunity for them to stand up in their silence, stand up and say, here I am. You know, you need to see me. You need to see how I feel on a daily basis in the classroom, in society. And I would argue that the idea of asking us as a board to deny that opportunity for our students to be able to advocate for themselves and to be seen in their silence is actually a form of silencing them and a form of implying that they aren't valued enough to be able to sit up and stand up and protest the fact that they're often silenced. So I just wanted to kind of state that. And then some other kind of questions. So I know Shelley talked a little bit about pride flag and why we fly the pride flag and why we don't fly other flags, like I think someone was saying that the Don't Tread on Me or the Confederate flag and that kind of thing. The pride flag represents a marginalized community, celebrates them, supports them. Tread on me, Don't Tread on Me flag. It has, from my standpoint, it doesn't celebrate a needed supported community. It celebrates something that maybe is a little grounded in anger and frustration. We don't have a resolution around the seemingly marginalized group that does fly the Don't Tread on Me flag. If we had that resolution, then perhaps we could fly that flag, but we don't. So I just wanted to kind of state that. I also wanted to remind folks that I am proudly brought the resolution of Pride Month to administration and to the board. That was not an agenda of Dr. Malloy's. That was something that I remember specifically having that conversation with him and how I felt like it was important and needed. And I was incredibly grateful to the board that approved it. I think that it is something that has made a difference with our students and with our community. And I'm really, I hope that our board currently feels the same way, because I feel that it is a powerful message showing the support of a specific marginalized group, just like many of the other resolutions do for other specific marginalized groups. So thank you.
Jesse, I know you have some things, but I would like to go right after Laura on one item, just because it adds some context. So when the board approved the first Day of Silence resolution in 2016, it came to us, as Laura had already said, from students who were already observing the day. And some of them were observing the day and felt kind of the opposite of support. And they came to the board asking for support in their observance of this national day that was very important to them. Ever since from the beginning, it was intended to be student driven. It's not the adults saying, hey, Friday's Day of Silence, who wants to do it, right? It's not intended of, oh, you're doing it and you're not, therefore you're good and you're bad. That was never what it was. And so it was students that I identified with the need to do say a Day of Silence, and it was also their allies who chose to do that with them. And there never was anything said about the kids that wanted to talk that day, because there's a whole lot of kids who really can't do school without talking and can't process and learn without talking. And that's a really important point to bring up. Because if people are feeling bullied about not participating in Day of Silence, I think all of us would like to know that, but I know I, as a board member, definitely would too. Because there's an implication here that there's an agenda and we're trying to force something. We're not. If you listen to anything Dr. Malloy said in his remarks, it's all about creating these conditions for learning. And every one of these resolutions that highlights a specific ethnic group is about lifting that group up. And if you actually read the resolutions, the whereases have all kinds of interesting facts about why that day is a day that we do. Not even a day, a month, or sometimes it's a month split in two halves. Other ones emphasize initiatives. And because there's a new one in this stack that's really important to me, the literacy one, it replaced one that we had that focused on dyslexia awareness and went beyond it to everyone to include literacy for all, and includes a lot of really great stuff that our district is doing. So I want to bring that up because there was one person saying, how come we don't have any about reading and writing? We do. And I don't mean that glibly. I just mean I'd like people to come with an open mind about our intent. And our intent with all 26 resolutions are about what one of the people said really eloquently about educating this next generation society. The environmental one too. Laura, I think that was your suggestion when we had a board workshop to entertain that. And it was like, wow, what a great idea. And there actually were some to use as boilerplates. So this idea that we are lumping these all together and just trying to squeak them under the mat, that's not the case. We had a whole board workshop last year where all we did was talk about the resolutions. Which ones do we want to keep? Where's their overlap? Where's some room for new ones? Some new ideas from new board members. So this isn't being shoved down our throats by staff or by our teachers. This is a kind of an organic process where we're listening to what people want and people need to feel supported and to create this nurturing environment. And Jesse, I said I was only going to do one thing, but I went beyond that. So I may come back,
No,
but
it was
it's
great.
your turn now.
No, and piggybacking on that, I'm glad you said that too, because, you know, one of those comments that did come up about what we don't want to do is other students, right? We don't want that bifurcation that's happening. There was report of that happening by somebody who just made that comment of the necklaces. So I think one of the things surrounding this too is robust communication. Robust communication from the district, from the administration on the school site, and from the teachers of kind of what to expect, and as well as timely communication. I think that we've had a lot of conversations, not specifically on this subject, but about how do we communicate and over communicate, because in the absence of communication and knowledge, people tend to assume the worst. And I know that we've talked about how do we do that the best and provide some clarity for the school sites too, so they're not like, well, I went in this direction thinking the resolution said that, and now I'm experiencing a bunch of backlash. So that was going to be one of my things that I said later, but I'm glad you brought it up because I think that that's an important part. This has been a topic that has come up to me in tangential ways many times over the past several months from multiple angles. And I will tell you that politics really, it's pretty blurry politically, because some people are for it that you wouldn't think would be for it, and other people against it that you wouldn't think would be against it if you listen to national news. So I've been listening to all these things and reflecting and meditating on those comments of how we can be inclusive and what's the best way to do that as a united community moving forward. So as I've been thinking through this, we had the opportunity in July to attend an all admin retreat day, where we got to go through and it was with the goal of Success Reimagined, and what does that look like? And also talking about some of our district, directive, our mission statements. And in that, we include equity. We want people to be able to have an equal voice, equal access, equal right to feel that they have a sense of belonging and they're represented. And I think these resolutions, they do that. They show that we are giving attention to and focus on different individual groups. And one of the things that we talked about in our breakout sessions too is looking at things with an equity lens. When we're doing things that we've kind of always done, apply an equity lens to it. And so I've been trying to take that in. And as I looked through all of these resolutions, I was thinking about what is the equity lens, and some of them I know it sounds like we've revamped some of the language, but some you can tell are newer than others, and maybe there's an opportunity for equity to be applied to some of these. And I'll give you just something that came to my mind, which was funny because I think a few people actually brought it up too as well. But when I sat down last year, and actually Rachel, you were there, and we were meeting with the GSA club, they were telling us how much it meant to them to see the pride flag on the flagpole, and that gave them a sense of belonging and support, that they felt really encouraged and supported them. And I think that that's actually true for a lot of people, not just to have kind of a week or a month that kind of supports them, but I think it also goes a step further to say, look, we are representing this on the flag this week and showing you solidarity and support, and that you have a belonging, you all have a place here. And I think we have a bunch of very brilliant resolutions that are already here. And I'm not talking about adding a "don't tread on me" flag or anything like that. But here are my ideas, because I think that this is actually more of a unifying idea that also brings equity to other groups who occasionally will feel marginalized or minority. So we have Hispanic Heritage Month. There is a Hispanic heritage flag that we could also fly for a portion or all of that month. National Native American Heritage Month. I always appreciate it when Laura Finko comes up, and every single time, without a doubt, she pauses and recognizes the fact that we are on the Ohlone Nation and Takan people tribes. The Ohlone Nation has a tribal flag. So I'm thinking, if we are going to be looking at this from a perspective of National Native American History Month, how not better to actually understand our local heritage that we have of the ancestral caretakers of this land by raising the Ohlone flag, tribe flag during that time as well. African American Black History Month. There is a nationally recognized African American Black History Month. That should also be on the flag pole as well. Women in History Month is another idea that I have. There's multiple flags that could be applied for that, but one idea what I had was the Victory for Women's Suffrage flag, something like that, but something to think about. As well as the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month flag. There is a flag that represents them as a group as well too, that I think could also show representation. So as we have these conversations about theoretically limiting inclusivity, I think as a community as a whole, what we could actually probably all get more behind is more inclusivity versus less. And so those would be I would like to propose that for additions to these resolutions, because I think it is important for students to feel seen and heard and represented, and also in an equitable way. And then I think it also takes care of some of these concepts too. If we're only providing it for a limited amount of people, and it's not to take anything away from the LGBTQ plus community, but it's actually to raise everybody else up and say, we are diverse. We also can unify with our diversity, and we can give that equitable access to these groups. So I've thought long and hard about that. That is one thing that I would like to see. And another thing that is separate, and I think we'll have to go through a different channel, is one thing that I see that's perhaps missing, that's an opportunity on here, is we've been getting a lot of feedback from our Jewish students, and we've been seeing a lot of rise in anti-Semitic, either graffiti on bathroom walls or things that have been spray painted on. Since I've been sitting on the board, I've heard numerous students who are Jewish, either religiously or culturally, coming up and saying, look, I'm feeling the anti-Semitism. What more can we do? We've got to do something more about this. And I think a great addition, and if this is something we need to work on later, I'd offer anybody to come work on this with me and let's get this on here, is at least starting with something that recognizes that. Perhaps something like National Holocaust Awareness Day, or I think it's actually specifically the National Holocaust Memorial Day, which falls on May 6th of 2024. And I think that could be one small step to going, yes, we as a community hear you, we see what you're going through, and this is not going to be a school district that tolerates anti-Semitism, and bring more awareness to things like that.
Yeah, and I actually love that idea of Jewish American heritage. I would love to work with you on that. I think that it's it would be valuable for us to. Can we talk about this or not?
Yeah.
Okay. That it would be valuable for us to look at celebrating the Jewish diaspora rather than focusing on the Holocaust, which is
totally.
A burden that
whatever is the best way to support the students. And I totally understand that. That was just, one potential option to do. But I think that is one group that I see on here that has been coming to us and saying, we need more education and support around this. And pretty often I'm getting emails saying, hey, sorry, we found this graffiti. Hey, sorry, we saw this. And a lot of it is related to anti-Semitism. So I think overall, more inclusivity is going to draw us more together, and more representation draws us more together. So these are my thoughts as far as how can we come together as a community. I know not everybody gets everything that they want, but I think that this is actually focusing on what most people are going to agree with.
Well, I think that it's worth definitely a discussion and maybe a committee and work through, but just to let you know that there might be things that, again, different groups might have problems with, because I know that Asian Americans are not a monolith group. Either it's a Pacific Islander, there's Native Hawaiians, there's, so one flag is not going to cut it. But no, I think that definitely.
If it's an entire month, if it's an entire month, can you do multiples though?
Yeah. But I wanted to go back to our resolutions, right? But yeah, no, great idea, worth to. Okay, great. Great idea to worth kind of exploring, right? So my thoughts are, again, going through the resolution as a whole. I know, the 21 and 26 are the ones that we're focusing, or many folks are focusing on. But my observation is that, out of our 26 resolutions, 13 or half, right, of them are related to students or how students identify themselves and see themselves. And maybe some within those 13, there might be a couple that I think that unless you are in that space, you don't think that's, that applies. The one that I'm thinking of that I actually include in this space is Citizenship Awareness Month. So if you're born here, if you're an American born, you probably don't think of that as much because you're all already a citizen. But if you're not born from here and you moved here and you're naturalized, so you have to go through this to become a citizen. Hey, citizenship awareness, it's very important. So like that one, I think that, right, as an example that you might not, and I equate that with the number 21 and 26. Some of the others of the 13 are about physical and mental safety, right? So with all that, I mean, like, how could we not support 21 and 26? Because again, it's going to the student's identity, and it's going to their physical and mental safety. So, that's my observation, my comment, my support for all 26 as a whole.
Thank you. Jesse, I like your suggestions. I think Susanna brought up a point about, how do you pick which flag? And then you also run into a little bit of how do you pay for all these flags? But I think it's a great idea. I just don't think we can just maybe do it like right now. But I'm wondering if there is a potential amendment where we could like say it's okay to do flags. So I hear John over here.
Well, only
having some
because
ideas.
staff has done some thinking
Okay.
about this, so I'm going to offer a thought for you to consider. One of the things about representation that I've learned is that we who may not identify a certain way do not decide how another group is represented. Having said that, but I want to take this idea with what we've been talking about. Representation does matter, and we've talked about bringing together members of our community in an open way, just saying all who identify as Hispanic, Latinx, would you come and talk to us about what representation means to you? It might be a flag or it might be something else. And that we then potentially, I'm throwing this out as an idea because we'd already talked about it in cabinet, come back after a period of time, if you would give us a little bit of a runway, because this is pretty complex to gather people together and have a workshop springtime where we've gathered all that data from community. And then when we normally do a workshop to get ready for this meeting, late spring, we work towards that for this time next year. So we are open to hearing from you who should be included in terms of this process. If you're open to it, we'd be open to our community to hear who we needed to gather. And I'm not suggesting a lot of meetings. I'm simply suggesting having one meeting where we talk about what does this mean, because it comes from a learning that I was privileged to have just a couple of weeks ago when we talk about the whole notion of how do we ensure that the voices of those who need to be heard in any space actually have the space to do it. So again, we just started the conversation at cabinet recently to say, what would that look like, sound like? And in order to even figure that out, we thought about inviting some of our leaders in the community to help us think through what that means. Because the other thing we've learned is that different members of our community actually gather in different ways. So long story short, if you're open to the concept of broadening this definition of representation, creating space for those who need to share with us from their own identities what that means, working towards a spring date where we have a workshop to bring forward what we've learned to inform this process. It's not trying to slow it down. It's just a proposal to try to do it in a way that's as respectful as possible. Yeah. But I really appreciate Trustee Van Zee, what you put on the table, because we've been struggling with this at cabinet as well. So
yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, it sounds like we're on the same page, and that's what I want is if these parts of this community that feel represented and heard and a sense of belonging on here too, is the opportunity to also have, that access as well too. And so, I feel like that was, a good way to do that. So I appreciate that. I wrote a couple notes down too that I wasn't planning on bringing up as I was hearing the public comments too. And I guess it is an interesting thought to think about and I hear what a bunch of different people said, and it was asked by you, Laura, to Debbie on Day of Silence significance for elementary schools. And I will honestly say, I don't think I've heard from a single parent that's been frustrated by either of these that only have middle or high school kids. And so I don't know the right answer. I really don't. And it's really hard because there's a lot of folks who feel very passionately both ways. But is there a way to provide support or something that acknowledges that parents go, I have a 4-year-old. I don't know what I'm sending TK, and I wasn't ready for this. They're not ready to have this on their radar. I have a 6-year-old, same thing. And I can feel this because, I know my little guys and just what they're capable and what's on their radar. And that is probably even different than, what I have with friends, because we have loved family and friends that are part of the LGBTQ plus community that we interact with on a consistent basis. So they might have more exposure to that. But that's everybody's story. Everybody has varying degrees of that. How do we rectify that? Or what can we even do to acknowledge that is a confounding component of this?
I can start if you want.
Can I just kind of add to that? I had not the same concerns, but questions because, you know, when we first approved the resolution, it really was a high school and middle school thing. And the world has changed a lot in these 7 years. And so I had a conversation with John and I was going to ask him if he could share really what the direction that we're giving to our staff about these days is so that we can start to frame that for our families so that it answers the questions that you're asking. Thank you, John.
So I'll start and then turn it over to Christine and Debbie and others to speak, because I think it's important that if I can zoom out for a minute, because one of the things I'm conscious of is that if we only focus on a couple, we don't actually get to the bigger picture, which is we are committed to providing clarity for each of the resolutions to our school communities. Communicating with our principals, providing some suggestions for how teachers can navigate and how we can support all of these resolutions being impactful in our schools. So I'll start there. Specific to Day of Silence, one of the things we did recently is speak to all of our principals regarding what happens in your schools in relationship to Day of Silence. And probably it's no surprise to any of you that it is very different in elementary than it is in secondary. The very fact that it is student-led, most 5-year-olds wouldn't know how to lead that. And so what we find is that because the flag is flown, it becomes, for the most part, more about everybody belongs and everybody has a place here. And obviously, as the kids get older, it might be more specific in terms of the actual reason that the day exists. And so what we also can do and are planning on, and we will share with the whole community because it's not an internal document, is how we are working together with our staff who's very capable of doing this. I want to be really clear about ways to navigate some of what might emerge in your school about the Day of Silence and communicate to parents what it is that we are sharing. But clearly, when we spoke to our principals, besides the fact that in some classes, kids will ask, what is the flag? And in other classes, when they talk about that sense of belonging, they might ask about specifically, why are we doing this for the LGBTQ plus community? We heard from our principals that it doesn't go that much beyond in elementary. In middle and high, absolutely. So I don't think the spirit that you spoke about from 2016 is all that different today, but we can provide that support and also listen to our staff, because it's not just the district office. Our staff has amazing ideas on how to do this work, and our parents have insights, and our kids hit it out of the park when it comes to what we should be listening to. So long story short, we think that with clearer communication, what is this? Age appropriate guardrails so that we stay focused, not lose sight of student led, which means some important things, different at elementary than secondary, that we can truly live the spirit of what your resolution is asking for. So that was the 10,000 foot level. Debbie or Christine, is there anything on the ground that you think would be clearer than what I said?
I mean, just to add to that, no, I think that was an exceptional summary. What we are doing for this year is for every single resolution, providing staff support with regard to something they can put in their newsletters. So consistent messaging about each and every one of the resolutions, not only to parents, but to students and to staff. Resources that they can use, whether they're talking about Environmental Week or Citizenship Awareness Month, that they can use with their students in order to really highlight what is in the resolution. And we want students to know from it. And then specific guidance in some areas like Day of Silence. So if you do have a young person that is curious about it, like what are some guidelines, what are some guardrails we can put up in terms of supporting staff who's already so good at this and so knowledgeable, but supporting staff in talking about what it is in a way that, as Dr. Malloy talked about, is really about inclusivity. And that's really when we talk to our elementary principals, is the focus on the Day of Silence. How do we provide every single student with that sense of connectedness, that sense of belonging, inclusivity that all students really deserve to feel when they're at school.
And if I could just add one other thing to crystallize why this is challenging sometimes. Because our kids come from diverse families and have diverse experiences and diverse identities, even if at age 6 or 7, they speak about it differently than 16 or 17. Providing access to information is not intended to disrespect faith traditions and beliefs. It's just so that 26 kids can live together in a classroom safely and effectively. If kids aren't even aware the difference exists and somebody starts talking about their family that might be different than theirs, it might be LGBTQ, it might be an adopted family, it might be a grandparent family, who knows what it is. What we find is kids, when they don't have access to that, might react in a way that was never intending to cause harm. But I appreciate in this room, we hear often, we want our kids to be kind and respectful and accepting of everybody and love each other. Great. But that usually means that they sometimes have to have age appropriate information. And so our goal, especially in elementary school, is to keep focus there. If anyone experiences something different, and it has happened on occasion, just let us know through that process. But what we sometimes find causes a problem is when we're trying to hold those tensions up to say, I hear what you're saying about your views and beliefs, and we got to be sure that those kids in that class that might have a different experience have a place too. We just need to kind of be in that tension sometimes. It's not like we're disagreeing. We may be, personally, I might suggest, but when we talk about serving everyone in the community, that's the tension we're trying to get at. So I just offer that because it may come off as though we're not listening, but I wanted our community who's listening tonight or here tonight to understand from a staff perspective in fulfilling the direction you've given, that's the tension we're trying to hold.
No, and I think from a high up point of view too, that's good. And the only thing that I would continue to reiterate, because really when I get in the sticky conversations with people in the community, is when there was maybe one communication and it felt like it came pretty late. And I know as a parent, like we get so many newsletters, and I know that the communication team is really trying to dial in how much, how frequent, what's the right way to do it. But we get a lot of communication, and I think that parents are going to be more open if they're like, yeah, I saw it from the district, I saw it from the principal in the newsletter, and I also heard from my teacher, and I knew about it well before it happened. And even some of these like high level what it is, because not just Pride Month and Day of Silence, but how helpful would it be if you know that your kid's going to be talking about Red Ribbon Week, knowing that, okay, this is going to be on their radar. This actually might be my opportunity to start having some of these conversations with them and framing them as I would as a parent, as well as what they're going to be exposed to in school. So I think not just the contentious ones do we need to over communicate on, all of them. I think if parents know this going in, it's going to be super helpful. And that would be, as an individual board member, what my ask would be is that I think we're going to get into less sticky situations the more advanced knowledge parents have, because then they know, or they had every opportunity to know.
And Trustee Vancy and board, if I can say that when I referred in my comments to enhancing our parent engagement, part of what we've been talking about with parents is that if there's concerns about how various things at school might not align with what's happening at home, because we're a diverse community, how can we work together so that you can be the one who teaches your child about the diversity, so that when it's brought up in school, because it's who we are, it's actually not a surprise. So to your point, we're trying to figure out through that strategy how to do exactly what you just said. So thank you for that.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but this is all about students, and I'd really love to hear from our
Of
student board
course.
member.
I just wanted to shed some light on some of the ways these annual resolutions, specifically the ones around ethnicities and sexual orientation, gender identity, are carried out at secondary schools and in the classrooms, and kind of what students are saying about them. Because I did have the chance to discuss within the Student Senate, and as well as last year working with students on kind of equity initiatives, I've had some conversations surrounding what these have looked like in the past and just their perspective on them. So oh my God, sorry. A large part of the way school communities celebrate these resolutions are through school Instagram pages or social media, where student leaders are actually responsible for curating posts that their fellow peers believe in and resonate with. In our libraries, many of the times it's student volunteers who are curating book selections or at least being a part of that conversation. Student-run clubs, affinity groups utilize these months to share their stories and oftentimes reach a wider audience to kind of have that platform to share their experiences. And I say all of this because it truly is students who support these resolutions and drive these initiatives at schools. Students want to have the platforms and resources to share their backgrounds and experiences. And for a lot of them, they need resolutions like this to know that they are valued and included. The students in our district that I have talked to have actually asked for more attention to be brought to these resolutions and for the district to create more avenues for students to highlight and share their diversity during these recognition periods, whether that's a week, a day, or a month. So while we have heard some of the perspectives of parents and adults in the room during public comment, I just want to make it really clear that many students do hold differing beliefs. They actually want to move this forward, expand on what we're doing currently. And I think those beliefs deserve to be heard as well, despite them not being voiced in this room right now. And I just wanted to clarify a couple of things because I did hear some comments about LGBTQ students being overrepresented in these resolutions. Pride Month is celebrated nationally during June, and our school ends in the first week of June. So actually, there's not a lot of attention brought to Pride Month during the school year, especially because in middle schools and high schools, that's the time of our finals, our exams and our tests. So a lot of time does go into that. And I think that's also a big reason that the Day of Silence is so important, because that does happen in April and there can be more conversation during that day. So I just wanted to bring that up. Every community deserves the same respect, inclusivity, and kindness. But I think that the reason these days need to be highlighted for specific affinities and even initiatives beyond that, like prescription drug awareness, is that a lot of times, and I'm a student and I talk to students who are constantly in the hallways, and you'll hear people making jokes, using slurs, and not necessarily out of a place of hate or harm, but a lot of times it's because they don't realize the impact of what they're saying. And that's not even just at an elementary school level, but at a secondary level as well. So I think that's why a lot of times students use this time to make sure that they're being heard, their voices are being heard, the initiatives they believe in are being heard, citizenship awareness, literacy, prescription drug awareness. So just some of the things I wanted to highlight, some of the things I hear.
Thank you, Anya. And thank you, Shelley, for nudging her. Okay, any further conversation about the package of resolutions?
No, and Anya, I was on a equity board, like equity breakout meeting, and you said something very similar too. And I think that it's good to acknowledge that it's not what we said out of hate. It's sometimes just ignorance, and sometimes because you've heard other people say it too. So yeah, no, I appreciate that.
And I would say that's all the more reason to really have these conversations in elementary school as well.
And I'd like to move the adoption of the 2023-2024 annual resolution.
Thank you, Susan.
I will second that.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
On a motion by Board Member Ordway, seconded by Board Member Clark, roll call vote, Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we are now on 10.3, which is consideration of adoption. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, because we have 3 of these that are coming up between now and our next board meeting. So we're going to highlight them tonight. Sorry about that.
So I will go ahead and call up three of our team members. I'm going to call up Deanna Zapia, who is going to highlight National Literacy Month, Hong Nguyen, who's going to highlight Hispanic Heritage Month, and Debbie Pettish, who's going to highlight Citizenship Awareness Month.
Good evening, President Hurd, Dr. Malloy, and distinguished board members, and a warm welcome to all of our community members here today. My name is Deanna Zapia, and I am the ELA ELD coordinator for the district. And yes, tonight I am here to share one of our September board resolutions that is actually very near and dear to my heart, and that is literacy. National Literacy Month was founded in 1966 by the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. September is the month we lift the importance of literacy nationally. And in SRVUSD, literacy is celebrated and highlighted not only in September, but throughout the year. National Literacy Month is a time to encourage the young people in your life to go to the library, pick up a good book, and explore new worlds. National Literacy Month is a great time to raise awareness of the value of literacy and to encourage children and adults to develop their literacy skills. In SRVUSD, sorry, I'm a little sleepy, we are committed to promoting reading as the catalyst for our students' future academic, professional, and personal successes. So some of the ways that we celebrate literacy in San Ramon Unified, we celebrated a variety of ways. And like I said, it's all through the year that we're celebrating and really lifting literacy. Sites across the district hold literacy nights to help families learn about current instructional strategies and provide them with fun activities that they can use at home with their children. Teachers across the district share rich literature with their students to develop knowledge and vocabulary that is essential for the learning across all content areas. We also have district staff and principals bring literature and books to our schools and share them with students, because sharing the gift of reading and sharing that literacy piece with our kids is just so important. So developing strong readers involves acquiring an interwoven strands that combine language comprehension and word recognition, leading to students becoming skilled readers who can not only read fluently, but they can also comprehend that text. In the district, we are continuing to bring instruction that is based in the research of the science of reading to our students in kindergarten through second grade, and have instructional resources new this year in our 3rd through 5th grade classrooms to support not only those foundational skills, but to build knowledge and support vocabulary and comprehension. We are working very hard in our district to not only provide our teachers with the resources, but we are also really providing them with professional learning that will help them align all of their assessments and intervention to the research that we know as the science of reading that is so important to how kids are learning to read. Really focusing on critical thinking, syntax, text structure, and the craft of writing and transcription. Developing these strong readers involves, oh, I've got that wrong, I'm sorry. Sorry. That's what happens when you need notes. So I'm going to move forward. Knowledge is power. We at the district are committed to providing teachers with professional development that supports that instruction. We know that by teaching our kids to read, we are equipping them for the success that they will need throughout their education. A book is a gift that you can open again and again. And our district is dedicated to building a strong literacy foundation and a lifelong love of reading for all students, paving the way for that personal and academic success. Questions?
Sorry, microphone. Any comments?
I just want to say that I appreciate this resolution and I'm grateful that we have it. I think that it's really important, especially for our youngest learners to see the value in literacy and then for our teachers to feel supported in helping our students to become great readers and to love reading.
And I would really like to thank you, Deanna, as well as Debbie Pettish, for your commitment to this. The celebration of Literacy Month is, all the great things that Deanna said, but if you really dig into all the whereas statements in this resolution, our district is really putting its commitment to what it takes to make sure that all students will be readers. And I think we're a shining star in California right now, and I'm really proud of this resolution. Okay. Next.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent, Assistant Superintendent, staff, students, and community. And I really just want to turn over and appreciate all the students that are still here at 8:42 this evening and here to support our resolutions. I want to appreciate the board for going through and passing a number of our resolutions that we had. I know that one of you had mentioned that 13 of them earlier did focus on our different subgroups that we have within our school district. And it's so important for our students to be able to see themselves. So thank you for that. My name is Hong Nguyen. I'm Director of Educational Equity, and I'm here to speak about the Hispanic Heritage Month that we have from September 15th through October 15th. And so there is a quote here by Frida Kahlo that says, "At the end of the day, we can endure much more than we think we can." And I think that's so true in terms of the testament that we have here tonight with everyone that did speak. And Frida is a well-known painter, and as you can see, Frida is there to paint portraits of many different things, but also self-portraits inspired by nature and also artifacts in Mexico. So Hispanic Heritage Month is a month that really celebrates histories, cultures, and contributions of different ancestors. We definitely have from Spain, from Mexico, the Caribbeans, and Central, as well as South America. It's important for us to be able to have this Hispanic Heritage Month where we're recognizing the peoples that have ancestries from different places. And our students in our district, 9% of them are identifying as Hispanic or Latinx, right? Within our staff or certificated staff, we have 3%. And we want to make sure that we are recognizing the identities of the people that we have here within our district, and also really making sure that we're looking at differences and respecting other differences of other people around us as well. As we go through thinking about different engagements that we have within our district, of course, I know our trustee Benzie had mentioned communication is important, right? And so we want to make sure that communication is something that we are doing with all of our resolutions of building that community awareness. And so that's something that we will have, and also provide resources for our staff, our principals, as well as our community. Looking at our site librarians and our library media coordinators, we can't have these libraries open without them. And we know that our students do appreciate having different diverse books within our libraries. And so we want to be able to have students be able to touch on books that are rich in heritage and contributions of those that are Hispanic and Latinx within our library. Sometimes you walk in and you see a display of books, right? And so being able to see others that look like our students is very helpful for them to be able to feel good about themselves and to be able to have that appreciation. Of course, our classroom staff reviews and selects as well as implements a variety of curricular activities, right? They're there to be able to expand our students' minds, and we want them to be able to have different activities for students to be able to see themselves within the text, but also to be able to see their peers within the text. And of course, our partnerships with our parent organizations, so important for us to be able to do this. And we know that we have to really work at doing all of these celebrations with all of our Heritage Month, but in this particular month with our Hispanic Heritage Month. And so by learning about differences, it enables our students to gain a better understanding of both their own cultures and also cultures of their peers, because we are in one place together. It supports them to feel safe, included, respected, and cared for. And that's something that we want to make sure that everyone holds for them to be able to belong. And so I do appreciate having this resolution here, and we look forward to walking out to all the schools to be able to see what they actually do this month coming up. So thank you.
Thank you. Any comments, board members?
No, just great reminder that also Hispanic, Latinx community, also non-monolith.
And something that I want to ask too, and it kind of goes to Dr. Moy's point too, of making sure that how we're representing these communities is also in line with how they want to be represented. I have personally have a lot of friends that are Latino, Latina, who have expressed to me that a large group in that community doesn't particularly like the Latinx thing too. And so as I see this too, it kind of reminds me of that. And I don't mean to bring up a divisive topic, because they feel like it's cultural appropriation of their language. And so that's something that we need to be aware of too, that they do have as part of their language structure, the O and the A. And national polls that I've seen strongly support that they do not enjoy the Latinx. So that's something that I think that we should be cognizant of and concerned with if we've decided to represent them that way. I work in the healthcare arena, and too, we've seen forms change, and when they change to Latinx, we'll have patients come forward and say, I do not represent as Latinx, I'm Latino, Latina. And so I think that that's something that we should be getting feedback if we're going back to these communities and saying, how do you want to be represented? That should be a question as well too. That would just, it's not a criticism, it's just a, how do we add extra layers to that? That's it.
Good evening again. I am back to talk about the importance of Citizenship Awareness Month, which is a new resolution that we are celebrating in the month of September. This month serves as a significant opportunity for us to come together to enhance really our understanding of the fundamental democratic principles that shape the foundation of our society. It's a time to reflect upon our rights and responsibilities as citizens and to strengthen our commitment to active participation in the democratic process. So first and foremost, this month really strives to raise awareness of the core democratic principles that really guide our nation. By promoting an understanding of these principles amongst our students, we empower them to be informed and responsible citizens. This month is also a unique opportunity to deepen our understanding of the Constitution, which of course is really the cornerstone of our nation's governance. By fostering an appreciation of the Constitution, we instill in our students a sense of civic duty and an understanding of the protections that it affords to every citizen. One of the key highlights of Citizenship Awareness Month is Constitution Day, which is observed on September 17th each year. And on this day, we commemorate the signing of the Constitution and the vision it represents for a united, just, and democratic nation. And then I also wanted to highlight a program that we have an opportunity for all of our secondary schools to participate in. And it is called Generation Citizen. And we are afforded this opportunity through a very generous grant through the SRVEF endowment. Specifically, Miss Marianne Gagan brought it to our attention several years ago, and they continue to fund this. And it's an amazing opportunity for our students to work in collaborative teams to identify a local problem that they want to solve. They meet with local people in power, whether it's the superintendent, the executive director of curriculum and instruction, a mayor, council members, people from the water department. And they essentially try to research and find a resolution or a solution to a local problem. And then they present that to local dignitaries. And so I feel like it so much envelops all of our strategic directions and also our learner profile competencies in terms of working together. They're trying to make their own community better. They have to communicate what they found and try to essentially convince others of what their plan is. And it's an amazing opportunity for these students to really, really understand what it means to live in a democracy. So in conclusion, Citizenship Awareness Month is a celebration of democracy, an occasion to reflect on our rights and our responsibilities, and an opportunity to inspire active participation of our students in the democratic process.
Thank you. Any comments? Yeah, I have a comment. First, I think this is so important, especially now, so that our students are informed about how their voices can be heard in a constructive way, in a way that supports our democracy and that we support each other. I was fortunate enough to be one of the, I don't know if I'm a dignitary, but I was a judge on the Generation Citizen the last year at Cal High, I think.
Yep.
And it was incredible what these students came up with as far as the solutions to some of these local issues. They're very, very creative and they work well in their teams. And it was really, I'm hoping that we're doing this in at least all of our high schools and maybe even middle schools, because it really does feed their creativity and makes them think outside of their little bubble, maybe, you know, into their own community and to learn how to be of service. So I really applaud that program. I think it's really great. And thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to emphasize how important this is, especially because civic education is mainly done in 8th grade and 12th grade, and there's kind of those little gaps. So I think that this awareness becomes especially important for students who maybe aren't in a class that is specifically teaching that curriculum, but they still have access to kind of those resources to learn more and just be aware of kind of how to be a civically engaged participant.
Yeah, and I appreciate that we're doing this as well too, because I think this is actually something that everybody in the room can agree upon as well. We know that we need to know how we're constituted together as a nation so that we can be united and understand how we are going to sort out our differences together. I also cringe when I see the viral videos where there's high school students that have no idea what's in the Constitution or the difference between that and the Declaration of Independence. And let that not ever be said of the SRVUSD. And so this is very important, as well as for all of us as citizens to know that when we see problems, there's things that we can do about it. And maybe sometimes it's running for school board, maybe sometimes it's doing something in the community to do something like that. But that we have a process for when we have ideas that we can add to the discussion to join in and try to solve it all together. And that's super important. So thank you.
I want to actually kind of go back to what we were talking about with Hispanic Heritage Month and just resolutions in general. And I know what Jesse had said about really, and what Dr. Malloy had said about really making sure that those that these resolutions represent are actually a part of the conversation. And then to circle in what Anya had said about students kind of taking ownership of some of these, especially in the secondary level of some of these resolutions. Do we already have, or is there a way to start to look at our affinity groups that correspond to some of these resolutions, those students actually being able to have conversations and help to develop how the resolutions are being represented within the curriculum and also to the outside community.
Yes, absolutely. And our equity director, Dr. Hong Yuan, has actually already developed a plan for that and a structure to how we're going to listen to all of our affinity groups to better understand their experiences in SRVUSD, how we can represent them during these months and of course other times of the year. Yes. Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Deb.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're on 10.3, consideration of adoption of resolution 34, approving budget revisions due to adoption of the 2023-24 state budget and approving routine budget revisions.
Okay, I'm going to tee it up for Mr. Miller this evening. So tonight we are bringing to you the 45-day revision. And before I go into the 45-day revision, I just want to remind the board of a couple of things. So back in January, we heard the governor's budget proposal for the year. And then in May, and we started working on budget. And then in May, we went to the May revise and we heard what the revisions were. And between January and May, there were many changes in the governor's proposal for school districts. Some of that included clawing back dollars that they had already committed to school districts. And between May and the time that the governor's office adopted, or the governor signed the budget, there were additional revisions. So between the May revise and the signature in July, we found out that we were going to receive additional funds from the state. So the clawback was not as severe as we had expected. In addition, I also want to remind the board that because the deadline for filing your tax return is October, we're still operating on sort of an unknown of what actually those returns are going to look like. So with that, we have some good news for you. And we also are sharing this evening our monthly routine budget revisions that are included in this as well. So I'm going to hand it over to Evan now.
Great, thank you, Dr. Kemp. Good evening, members of the board. So just a quick agenda, the state budget process, Dr. Kemp just went over for us. We'll talk about the impact on our district's budget. We'll talk about a couple of things that came up that won't actually affect our budget in this year, but might in future years, and then kind of next steps. So as Dr. Kemp reminded everybody, the state, we base our adopted budget on the May revision. Then the state enacts a budget. And so these are incorporating those the final budget from the state. The two bullet points there, most of the proposals included in the governor's May revise were maintained. The big news that came out of it were the partially restored cuts to the one-time block grants that were approved in 22-23. Just a reminder for everybody, we base our budget on these planning factors. They are, this table is created by the School Services of California. Almost everything on here stayed pretty much the same from the May revision, except for the California lottery was updated as it got the final lottery numbers in. So the highlights from the enacted state budget, the COLA of 8.22% on base grants was maintained and kept in the budget. So we still see that fully funded COLA. Good news, LCFF equity multiplier was also approved. Not applicable to SRVUSD. The part that is are these one-time block grants that were partially restored. We'll get into those on the next slide, but they're the arts, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant and the learning recovery emergency block grant. And then the last piece that just kind of wanted to discuss or highlight briefly are the Prop 28 projections and lottery projections that were updated. So on those one-time block grants, this table kind of brings you through the process from 22-23 adopted budget, what we adopted back in June. And so you'll see the big cut there. And then what we're bringing forward here in the third column with the final well, almost final numbers for those two block grants. And then the last column there shows the delta. So about $8.3 million restored for one-time uses for both the arts, music, and then the learning recovery block grants. There is also legislative intent to restore the learning recovery emergency block grant in 25-26. That will be helpful for this district because we are planning on using those dollars in those out years. So to fund our liaisons. So that's planned for those dollars. Important to note here, while we got these dollars back, we spent some of them last year. We didn't plan on spending any of them in this 23-24 year. So there is actually no impact to the 45-day revise. We'll see the impact in our fund balances when we present on unaudited actuals next month, and then in the multi-year projection at first interim. So this was the big news to come out of the state budget, but no real impact to present to you today, other than I think that 8.3 million that we know we'll use in the future. Prop 28 was the other kind of news, but there was no real news. There's no official allocations. We do have initial projection for San Ramon Valley of 3.8 million. It's not in the 45-day update because that's not an official allocation. That's an allocation from an estimate from school services as well. They're also recommending a very cautious approach because there's so little guidance around how to use these dollars. So we have only budgeted about 10% of those funds. The reason we did that is because we heard very clearly from our VAPA teachers that there is a need for supplies, and we can use up to 20% of these dollars on supplies. We decided to take a conservative approach without really knowing the final allocations, and have given about 10% of the funds to our local sites to build supplies. There are some strings attached. They have to build a plan. The principal has to ensure that the community and teachers are all collaborative. So there's a collaborative approach at each site. They'll bring all those plans back to the board. So we'll roll them all together and we'll bring them back to the board once they're all approved. And then state lottery, there was just an increase of $304,000. So when we roll those changes together with all of the kind of routine budget revisions that we've already made in July, you see the lottery adjustment, that's from the enacted state budget. Everything else are routine revisions. So local site revenue, those are from our external partners, so affiliates that have raised dollars that have been put into our budgets. And then on the expenditure side, classroom expansion is if we have a new third grade class, the teacher will get some dollars to buy supplies for their class. We have an increase in emergency planning and also hazardous waste disposal, and then those local site expenditures. So overall, we'll see a small net increase in our fund balance, more revenue than expenditures. And then the effect on our fund balance for adopted budget, a very slight increase of $146,000. Next step, so we're here at August 15th doing our 45-day budget revise. The next few months we'll be closing 22-23 and then getting all of our data from our current year to present in December for our first interim financial report. And I think that's it. Pass it for any questions.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions for Evan?
On the arts block grant, since we got some of the money back that they were going to take, can you remind us what we're using that for?
The bulk of them will be for instructional materials. So we can bring back the kind of the full accounting because there have been some changes for what we thought we would spend it on last year, as far as kind of the one times and the deltas for some of the results of negotiations last year. So we can bring back a report, maybe with a first interim report that kind of shows.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Evan.
I actually have the answer to that. We had two things that we were going to spend the dollars on: instructional materials and software licenses, and one-to-one student devices. So we had set aside 6.4 million from that for this. Yes.
You'll split it up depending on what the needs are.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, that brings us now to 10.4, which is the item related. Oh, sorry, we need to vote.
I'd
Thank
like
you.
to make a motion to to pass 10.3.
Okay. So we're approving the 45-day revised report. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none. Call the roll, please.
The motion was made by Board Member Bratton, seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee. Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now we're on 10.4, and this is the item that we continued from last time related to the assignment of our trustee school liaisons for this year. And there was a request to look at how we do it differently. We looked at that a little bit last time, and I had offered to dig deeper. And so I basically started over. And can you go to the well, that's our current situation of last year. And so it would have all scooted over one more. But can you go to the last page that lays out how there we go. So what I did was I got out our trustee area maps and where they overlap with the school boundaries. And I looked at whose areas fall in which school boundaries. And the first column, solo school boundary, is where a trustee area is completely represented by, like, the boundaries all are in one trustee area. So you can see area 1, which is Jesse's area. He has several schools where he's the only trustee in that boundary area. Similar in area 3, where Laura is, because she is in the minority majority trustee area. So it's very focused on Doherty Valley. And then you can see how it is for the others. The shared column is where more than one trustee's area falls in that boundary. Some stronger than others, but shared. Like, it's a significant, neighborhood here or there. Small portion where it's really just a tiny area, or sorry, small is small, and tiny is like really small, like a couple of streets. Or like where Jesse is out where you have Twin Creeks, it's the whole back part of Bollinger Canyon as you drive out to Las Trampas, where there's very few houses, right? So very few kids. And then land, this is mostly only affecting Laura and me, where our boundaries actually hit about a attendance area, but there are no houses there. Kind of on the way east side in the south, where the Tasahara Valley is. Yeah, and it's undeveloped. So I then assigned like a weighting thing, and my whole approach was I wanted this to be something that we don't have to touch again until we have to look at a new census, which would be in probably 31, 32, right? And a premise that it rotated nice and clean, like numerically, area 1, area 2, area 3, so that the person who's in Cindy's position doesn't have to think about what's the weird order, right? It's numerical. And then the main thing was that no matter which rotation you were in, some of those schools were the schools for the residents that vote for you, and others were not. But as you progressed through the whole thing, you had a full perspective of the district. Because when we did break into trustee areas, that was a major theme of the trustees, and it was a major theme of the members of the public that came and spoke to us, that they really didn't want, it to become, you're the trustee for only this part of the district, and because we're trustees for the whole district. And so that was the intent on this, and spent way too much time on it, but I got to geek out in my engineering brain. I would like to, if you can have it to the bottom of the first page, Logan, I would like to suggest 2 swaps on this, because as I looked at situations of the schools, no, yeah, right there, that's perfect. This is 22. Oh, sorry, scroll down, I'm sorry. So in the case of like Country Club, Shelley had them this past year, and she had them 2 years before that. So she would have them again this year. And Jesse, I think you had a situation like you just had Live Oak, and you would have Live Oak again. So I'd like to switch Live Oak and Hidden Hills, and I would like to switch Walt Disney and Country Club. And with that amendment, I would like to propose that we adopt this.
Yeah, I want to say thank you. It's a lot of work and when I saw the lists, I was excited about the diversity and the geographic diversity in terms of the way that those were set up. I have a couple of questions, I guess, specifically for Dr. Malloy. I know this last year, we spent the second semester with organized visits, superintendent and board member liaison visits. Is that going to happen again this year? What's your plan for that?
So yes, the plan would be that usually what I do each year is 2 just pop-in visits where I'm just checking to be sure everything's okay, and 1 deep dive. And I'd like to invite you to that deep dive again this year. And we're a little bit more organized because we went through it last year. We know exactly what to expect. We've worked with our principals on how to facilitate it better. So Cindy and Logan and I are going to start working on that soon. So you'll have lots of lead time in terms of dates.
Great, great. Yeah. And then I know from our conversation in our last meeting, the idea that I guess Shelley and then I know for myself, the idea of being able to connect with our area schools in a supported way by the district and the administration. And so just, you know, if that's not something that we have to put in policy, but knowing that there's an understanding that there will be some support in terms of being able to build those relationships with our area schools. So, you know, this allows us to have built in the understanding that we will be spreading our understanding of schools geographically across the whole unified district, which I think is extremely valuable. And I also don't want to lose sight of the fact that it's also valuable for us to also be able to dive deep into our area schools and not feel like we're stepping on the official board liaison's toes or kind of having to do it flying solo and not, you know, having a hand in building the relationships.
So we've done some work on that request, connected with our principals as well. And what we've landed on to propose to you is that anytime, and it's not personal to us, that you and I make our way to a school during school time, it does impact what goes on there. Not because people don't want to welcome us, it's just because it's better for us to be scheduled and so forth. So what we're working on is asking our principals to give us a step ahead, like what's happening next month, not this month or next week, but next month, where having more than one of you there wouldn't be a problem with our Brown Act requirements. So that's why it wouldn't necessarily include PTA meetings and such, because that's where business happens. Because I do think, based upon what we've talked about, I really don't want, and I don't think you would expect for this to fall onto the principals to navigate. So what we're going to try to put forward to you is the places where and the times where it doesn't matter if you all show up to be present to the community, because there's not going to be that type of official business. So what we're proposing for this first year is to be a bit more informal than formal, because the informal part makes it simpler to organize, if that works for you. And then if we give you more notice that this is happening on this night and that's happening on that night, we'd like to do that kind of like a month in advance so that you can make plans.
And then would we also have the opportunity to have a site visit if we go through the supervisor for a school that's not in our liaison list?
That's where we probably need a little bit more discussion, because the other challenge is we already know that you all want to do site visits that don't include the one with me, because you've mentioned that to me individually. So could we talk more about that? Because I think that that's where it starts. Anything during the school day that involves any one of us is an event, even if we don't want it to be. And so I think we just got to be careful about that. So we should probably talk a little bit more, if that's okay, on the formal during school visit time, but not connecting to the community in more informal, community-centered ways when parents are going to be there and staff and students, as opposed to just during the school day when we're going to see staff and parents. I'm proposing that because of how much time we're already present to the schools that way, that we have to be a little bit cautious of that. That's the feedback that we've received through our discussions. But we can talk more about that.
Your comment makes it sound like we don't want to join you on your school visits there. I'm just kidding, which is not the case. Yeah, I think Rachel, I don't know how you've even tried to tackle this because it is very difficult, especially when you see the breakdown of partial. And I think I've felt the same way too. Is I want area 1 to know that yes, I'm here too, but I do need to see the entire district and represent it too. And I think this is a great step in the right direction, and then trying to figure out some of these nuances with that too. So thanks for the hard work on that. I know it's not an easy task.
I want to echo that because I know how hard you worked on this, and I didn't mean to complicate it, but sometimes I did.
It was a good suggestion.
But we, working together, you pulled it off. So I want to say many thanks. And it is important that I have an overview and are involved with all the schools in the district. So this gives me the opportunity to do that.
Thanks.
You're welcome. It really appealed to my whole sense of fairness, right? Like my need of representation, right? So
Yeah, no, that's a lot of work. I mean, yeah.
I have a request when it comes to schools inviting us to things like concerts and stuff. It would be so nice if they could send a Google invitation. And then we see all 5 of our names on there. We know it's okay for all of us to come. It lands on our calendar, and then if we can make it, we can make it. So that would be my request if that is something that's doable.
So why don't we take that back? Because we really shouldn't put that on the schools. We have to see what our capacity is in our office. That
Okay.
would be something that, and again, I don't want to speak until we can work it through. I think that might be bigger than you think,
Okay.
but that doesn't mean we won't take it back and figure out if there's a way to move that forward.
Okay. And then another thing to my fellow trustees is that many of our schools do a PTA/school newsletter. And they don't all use the constant contact that's funded by the council, but the ones that do, anybody can subscribe to their list. So if you want just a sense of what's going on there and when the auction's coming and when this, you can subscribe to them, and then you can change them or you can keep them the same or whatever. And if you would like some help on how to do that, I will direct you to. Okay, so motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the trustee school liaison list
With the 2 switches, right?
with the, changes.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please call the roll.
You're going fast today. The motion was made by Board Member Clark and seconded by Board Member Bratt. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now we have consideration of revisions to the Board of Education meeting calendar. I believe there were just a few changes, right? They're right there. So April 16th will be moved, if this passes, to April 23rd. And the June 4th date will move to June 18th.
And just as a matter of context, similar to last year, through scholarship, it looks like I will have an opportunity to participate in one of those futuristic education conferences connected to AI and everything else, which is why I'm requesting that one. And then we needed to adjust June because, as you probably could see, it bumps right up against everything related to the end of year graduations. It's not actually graduations, it's promotions. Thank you.
Okay. Because promotions are Tuesday, Wednesday of next year, and commencement is Thursday.
Because of
It's a
how
big change.
because of how the calendar falls, we don't end on a Friday. It's because of how the calendar works. The Friday for graduations doesn't work, which is why everything bumps up. And that's the reason why we need to shift June. And as you know, by law, we need to have 2 meetings in June for LCAP in particular and budget.
Okay, may we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the changes to the calendar.
Thank you.
Second.
All right,
The motion was made by Board Member Bratton, seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
okay, we do not have any informational items. We did consent. The next thing that would be here would be administrative matters, but we have quite a few non-agendized public comment cards. So I have not ordered these at all. These are just the way they got handed to me. I guess I call names, maybe I'll call two ahead. If when I call you ahead, you've changed your mind that you don't want to speak, could you just let me know and I'll put your card aside? If people came with prepared remarks, I'm reluctant to shorten their time from 3, to a different amount. But if you can say what you need to say in less than 3 minutes, that would be really helpful because it's already 9:20 and our meeting is supposed to end at 10. We can extend, but I think everyone would like to get a good night's sleep tonight, but I don't want to discourage anyone who wants to speak. So first card is for Morgan Breton Lack. Did I say that right? I did it without my glasses. Yep.
My name is Morgan Breton Lake. I go to Country Club Elementary in 3rd grade. I think everybody should be welcome regardless of their gender, sexuality, or race. Nobody should be treated unfairly regardless of any differences they have. Everybody has the same rights. Now I'm going to talk about how this relates to the Prism Club. The Prism Club is a place where kids can speak freely on how they feel about the Pride community. The Prism Club is very important to many kids. Now for how I feel hearing how many people are saying that kids can't advocate for themselves. We can be advocate not only for ourselves, but to others as well. We have power over what we do. Now for the social justice part of this talk. The Social Justice Club is where kids learn about social justice and why it is so important to treat everybody with respect. It is so important for everybody to be advocate, especially kids, because some, not all, but some adults think they can force kids to be straight. Pride and respect is here to stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. I said I was going to read a few cards ahead and then I forgot to do that. So next up will be Adrian Lee, and behind Adrian I have Lisa Worth and Say No to Nazi. Is Adrian Lee still here? Okay, let's go ahead. Lisa Worth.
Teen overdose deaths are rapidly rising. They have doubled in the last 3 years. Fentanyl was involved in 84% of those deaths. Youth are dying from suicide and homicide at the highest rates in decades. Suicide and homicide are the second and third leading cause of death for ages 10 to 18. A hate group is a social group that advocates and practices hatred, hostility, or violence towards members of a race, ethnicity, nation, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, or any other design sector of society. Moms for Liberty is an anti-government extremist group and is nationally recognized as a hate group. We had 2 students die by homicide last week, and not a single parent has gotten up here and said anything about it. They are more upset about a rainbow flag. just an FYI, a rainbow flag, LGBTQ community does not equal sex. Oh, and for Mr. Erotica and his book buddies, I am a product of this district.
To interrupt you. We have to take the comments
For the
about the
gentle-
district and the board, but
For the
ask you
gentleman
not to.
constantly talks about the books in our libraries and in this community. I've been in this community for 45 years. I graduated from SRVUSD. Where there is a will, there is a way. Sexually charged books were always brought to the girls, overnights, slumber parties. It's there. It's not going to go away. All you have to do as a parent is communicate with your child.
Okay, next is Sei no to Nazi. It's one of those phonetical kind of things.
Thank you. It's pronounced say no to Nazi. A nationally recognized hate group called Moms for Liberty has recently taken root in our community, and its members are present here tonight at this meeting. Here are a couple reasons why Moms for Liberty is a hate group. Prominent members of Moms for Liberty have close ties to the Proud Boys, 3%ers, QAnon, and white Christian nationals. Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio once boasted that Moms for Liberty is the Gestapo with vaginas. The front cover of the Parent Brigade, the newsletter of one of the chapters of Moms for Liberty, recently carried a quote from Adolf Hitler. He alone who owns the youth gains the future. At a media training session at a summit last week, the founder of the group, Bridget Ziegler, questioned the decision of the chapter's leaders to apologize for the Hitler quote. The media is not your friend. Never apologize. Apologizing makes you weak. Hate groups will never be welcome to SRVUSD, and they need to leave like yesterday. Thank you.
Sorry, next card is Kelly Ryan, followed by Kathy Crosway, followed by Jamin Purcell. Jamie Purcell? Any of those folks here? Come on up, Kathy.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Kathy Crosswaite, and I'm a very proud teacher from Sycamore Valley Elementary School, which is a high-performing California distinguished school. Not only am I a teacher there, but I'm also a very proud member of the Sycamore community, living in the neighborhood that feeds our amazing school. And I am so grateful that both of my children are Sycamore alumni and were able to experience the magic, thank you, Dr. Malloy, that happens there daily. I'm here today because some people have questions about what happens at our school. And I want to showcase the remarkable teachers and staff, my colleagues, who pour their hearts and souls into education of the children of Sycamore. These are educators who go beyond their job descriptions and make a profound impact in the lives of the students and families. The dedication and love that they have for all of their students creates an environment where every child feels valued and nurtured. When I speak of our environment at Sycamore, I must include our amazing principal, Trish Kawahara, who not only supports our students, but encourages all members of the Sycamore community to be better every single day. She's an administrator who leads by example, has strong relationships with teachers and students, visits our classrooms daily, knowing our students so well that she's often seen at recess talking with them about their latest product, writing a project, writing assignment, or even their most recent sporting event. At Sycamore, we understand that each and every child is unique with their own strengths, challenges, and dreams. We work tirelessly to create inclusive and welcoming classrooms where diversity is celebrated and every single voice is heard. We teach not just academic subjects there, but we also teach life lessons in empathy, respect, and kindness. However, this journey cannot be undertaken alone. We need the unwavering support of all of you to champion and support our efforts. We ask that you continue to support and value emotional well-being alongside the academic achievement as we do. We ask that you continue to support all our students and our work so that all students have a safe and nurturing place to learn and grow. Thank you.
Okay, last try for Jamin Purcell. And then after Jamin will be Amelia Brayton.
Hello, my name is Jamin Purcell. I'm speaking as the president of the West Contra Costa County Democratic Club, as well as the co-chair of Richmond Rainbow Pride, Richmond's first LGBT pride organization. Reading is a fundamental skill critical for future learning and for exercising our democratic freedoms. Books are tools for understanding complex issues, and limiting young people's access to books does not protect them from life's complex and challenging issues. When I was in school, being gay was considered a death sentence. In the October of 1998, Matthew Shepard was beaten, tortured, and left to die near Laramie, Wyoming, and there was no place to go. There was no place for me to be able to voice my concerns, to tell people that I was being told, "You're next." And there was no acceptable way for me to be able to speak about the fear. We didn't have a prison club. We didn't have spaces provided to us to discuss issues that we could weigh in on them. Organizations like the Prison Club are not only make people feel more accepted and more included in their community, but they also do not change somebody's orientation or gender. They just provide a space. Young people deserve to see themselves reflected in their community, but they also deserve to see them in their books. They need education that reflects them and their families' experiences. And during that time, I turned the only place I could find, which was the school's library. And there were the books that I found out about Alan Turing and how he was abused by his government. But what I also learned about was Baron Frederick von Steuben, who was known for his bravery and discipline and grit, and he brought about the American troops, and he was openly gay. And gay men have been a part of the American military, and this was in an era when gay marriage or being open would have been a death sentence as well. But due to social and official discrimination, we don't hear these stories that he was chosen by Washington and that the LGBT community has been part of the foundation of America from the very beginning. Removing and banning books from public libraries is a slippery slope for government censorship and the erosion of our country's commitment to freedom of expression. Please reject any effort to ban books and allow individuals and parents to make decisions of what their children should be able to read in the home. Parents should have the right to guide their children's reading, but parents should not be making decisions for other people's children. Specifically, a small group of parents should not dictate that certain books about certain people are unacceptable, because no one should be unacceptable in our community. Thank you.
Amelia, and then Lorinda Ochoa, and then after that, Catherine Wally. Hi.
Hi, I'm here as a mom. My daughters are third generation San Ramon Valley Unified School District students. We've been a part of this community and my family for a very, very long time. Every Wednesday afternoon, my girls and I watch this board meeting. At the end of June, they heard a lot of disparagement of their principal, Dr. Christy Glazer. And they heard a program that had helped them greatly being disparaged, talking about how harmful it was to them. And they wanted me to come and bring them here in the first board meeting of the year so that they could tell you about it and I could. The Prism Club has taught my daughters to be strong advocates and allies. It has taught my shy daughter how to stand up and speak in front of people. And now it's teaching her sister, who you heard from earlier. This is so important to give children a voice. The work that Dr. Glazer is doing is not under the covers. It's not hidden from us as parents. In fact, during registration this year, we were all given a bingo card to visit each and every club. And do you know what clubs all of us parents were invited to visit? The Social Justice Club and the Prism Club. We heard folks talk about how these books are being read to our children behind our backs. Every month, Dr. Glazer sends each of us parents an email. In that email, she tells us what books she plans to read to each grade. She gives us a link to that book, and she tells us all about it and the kinds of discussions that that book may bring forth. There is nothing that is hidden from us as parents. If you simply have the time to open an email or go to a school event, you will know what's happening. Dr. Glazer is available to every single one of us just with a phone call or an email to make an appointment. We've talked to her many times about many issues. This is not hidden. These are important issues to our students, and she addresses them with us, the parents who are part of the community. And we just wanted this board to know exactly what it's like to be a child in that school and to be a parent of a child in that school. Thank you.
Lorinda Ochoa, welcome up. And then after Lorinda will be Catherine Wally, followed by Bob Allen.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent, and district staff. I've been listening here this evening, and the notes I had taken, I prepared for the statement. I want to rip up. I want to thank you, Dr. Mulay, your comments. I always learn from you, and I learn more about the district. The parents who get up and speak about their families always make me very hopeful for our district. And the students that get up, I mean, they're our future. They're wonderful, and I thank them all. I'm here today as a representative with other members of the Danville, Alamo, Walnut Creek American Association of University Women. And I'm speaking on behalf of our local chapter and also on behalf of the State Public Policy Committee and the State School Board Project. AAUW is a national nonpartisan 142-year-old organization founded to advance gender equity for all women and girls through research, education, and advocacy. As AAUW members, we believe in quality public education for all students, free from hate and discrimination. We support academic freedom. We believe all students deserve a factually accurate and bias-free education. And we believe all public schools should be free from political and religious censorship. I had written down things to rail against the other speakers who I expected to be here tonight, but they're not. They've disappeared. It's kind of dissipated, hasn't it? The mood has changed. It's a hopeful thing. So I do want you to know that as AAUW members, we are paying attention to our school boards throughout the state. We will continue to show up here and in other school districts to advance gender equity for women and girls through research, education, and advocacy. And we will continue to stand up for quality public education for all students. Thank you.
Catherine Wally. And then after Catherine, Bob Allen, and then go ahead. I'll figure out this next name.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Wally. I grew up in Contra Costa. My parents raising me here because they thought it would be a place that would prepare me for my future. But even as a kid, I could tell that my school, family, and community were ill-equipped to make sense of and effectively respond to the injustices that I could see around me. One afternoon, I came home from elementary school, distressed about the anti-Blackness I observed not only in school, but in society and in myself. My mom still recounts how unfair I said it was that white people were treated better, that our bodies were more highly valued, how opportunities were inequitably afforded people like me, and how these outcomes mapped onto race. My mom, not having the language to help me work through it, responded in ways that she, like my teachers, have been taught to think about race, colorblindness. She explained that everyone, regardless of skin color, was equally valuable. But this response was insufficient and did nothing to help me understand my cognitive dissonance. Because if everyone is equal, why then did such disparities exist? And what exactly could we do to change it? What could I do about the shame that I had at my relief at being born white? And if it was true, as adults around me were saying that everyone is equal, but there were still inequities, didn't that mean we were blaming people for the harms they experienced? As a white kid growing up here, I was woefully ill-prepared to have nuanced conversations about race, to understand my whiteness and to learn ways in which I could be an agent for positive change rather than an agent of white supremacy. This lack of scaffolding from the adults surrounding systems of oppression, power, and privilege extended beyond race and into class, gender, sexual orientation, disability, religion, body size, and their intersections. I could see whose bodies and lives were valued and which were devalued, whose lives were represented and whose lives were erased, and the violence enacted upon those who did not conform or who spoke up for what is right. And so I did everything I could to contort myself into a person who would fit the mold, into a person who would not make waves. Observing the dehumanization of others also strips those with privilege of the fullness of their humanity. But conversely, when we nurture environments that make space for difficult conversations, we all come out stronger, more empathic, and free. I am so grateful that now I'm able to participate in spaces where these conversations are welcomed, not silenced. My life is richer for it. And so I hope this body will continue to foster educational environments where all people are valued, where diversity is celebrated, and where those who are minoritized are provided the supportive learning environments every child deserves. Wherein we equip educators with the expertise needed to teach honest, accurate, and comprehensive history. Where we protect all our children from racist, sexist, classic, homophobic, transphobic, ableist, and fatphobic harm while simultaneously preparing them to participate in creating a more just world. Thank you for your time.
After Bob will be Carrie Leadingham, followed by Jim Wolf.
Hi, I had this statement written up. It said something along the line of the over 1,700 teachers of Servia, the members of CSEA and the SEIU, and the administrators are here to provide the best schools for your students. And we provide these for all of our students. I have been doing this for a couple of years now. I've gotten to know people in the district office, some of the trustees. I am ecstatic that people are here voicing their opinion. If you've been following the boards, you know which side of those opinions I land on, and I appreciate every one of them here and voicing that. And they said things so much better than I could, so I'm going to stop my comments here. Thank you.
Carrie Leadingham. She left, okay. Thank you. Jim Wolf. Billy Pickett.
Good evening. I am Billy Piggott, a junior at Cal High, and I want to highlight the importance of inclusive curricula at our schools. When I first came out as gay to a friend in 5th grade, their immediate response was, "Wait, isn't that weird?" That single response made me feel alone, isolated, and unseen. That single response cut deep hurting my self-esteem and killing any love I had for myself at the time. Since then, though I have thankfully learned to love myself, I am still forced to deal with homophobia on a regular basis. I have witnessed microaggressions, felt othered, and been called slurs. This clear issue of lack of compassion and empathy for people who are different needs to be addressed. But how can we address it without being able to have queer issues represented in our library books? How can we address it if books are being banned and teachers are being silenced? We must fight to maintain an inclusive curriculum that educates on all identities and orientations. For if not, our district will fail to do its job to protect marginalized students from bullying and harm. Thank you.
The next card is for Tracy Wiss, I think it is, might be Weiss. And then after Tracy is one that's written very tiny, Ty G maybe? Or TJ. Thank you. Those are periods, not I's. Okay, TJ. Thank you.
I'll keep it brief. Hi, I'm Tracy Weiss. I've long viewed the meetings at home, but this is my first time in here in person, and I'm glad that I came. It's been very eye-opening. I appreciate all the people who've gotten up and spoken. But what's been very illuminating is some of the comments in the back of the room as I've been sitting and watching. And I think that those comments have really shown exactly why we need to continue doing a lot of the things that we're doing in the schools and offering support to the LGBT community. And things like, why can't we only fly the American flag? Why do we need any other flag? Well, if the rainbow flag isn't about sex, what is it about? Books? You mean pornographic material? So when you hear things like that muttered in the back of the room, when we're supposed to be here talking about educating our kids, it tells us why the schools need to continue to be a safe place where kids can be educated because they might not have that support at home. Thank you.
So after TJ is G-Mom, and then after G-Mom is Kenny Brand.
Okay, when I spoke last week, the next day our mailbox was damaged. So, last month. So when you say that this is inclusive, there's a problem because I put my address on that form and someone came to our house and damaged our property and took our mail. So anyway, I believe all people should be treated with love, with respect, with truth and kindness. Everybody has a right to be that way. Everybody has a right to their own feelings. My biggest problem is going after the children. You're adults, you can do what you want. Do what you want. But my 4-year-old and my 8-year-old should not be subject to an experiment. And the biggest thing is the dumbing down. You guys are trying to go to an equity, inclusive education. An A is 75 to 100%. That's a C. That's ridiculous. Because then in my high school, everybody would be valedictorian. The AP classes would be irrelevant to the rest of the people who don't know as much. That is the things that we are looking at. My most important thing and expecting from you is helping to educate my children. I'm not asking you to do anything else, but my kids are educated at home as well. So my 3rd grader is doing 4th and 5th grade work. My 4-year-old is reading. So I'm not asking you to do the things that's not appropriate. I'm asking you to do things that are appropriate. And with that, since you got the Prism Club and everything like that, why don't you start a club to help kids to identify themselves as important, as leaders, as people who can learn and is capable of doing things like knowing how to read at the grade level. I came from a school system that taught sixth graders fourth grade work. And then when it came to standardized testing, they didn't know what they were talking about. The sixth graders couldn't pass. The fourth graders couldn't pass the fourth grade stuff because they were learning second grade stuff. That's not what you guys want to do. And you guys continue to bring these things up. That's the most important thing. Work with the parents. You want to have a conversation, put it out there. Have a conversation with the parents and with everybody else. But I don't appreciate people coming to my house.
Hey, G-Mom?
Hi, thank you for hearing me tonight. I haven't spoken before. I came here a couple of months ago to hear a lot of disappointing news as far as children coming up saying, that they've been mistreated because of the community that they belong to. And that was really concerning to me because coming up, you hear all the time, it takes a village. It takes all of us to work together. And choosing San Ramon Valley School District, looking at, the grades and the numbers and the scores, it looked like just like the best thing ever. And the thought was that I can trust my children with you. I have 2 young children in elementary, and I believed that you guys would not let them fall behind, that you guys got them. You guys have great teachers in the school district. They are on top of it. They email, they let us know things. But I was really disappointed to hear about, the SRV, the basketball, the boy being called a monkey. And then last weekend, the graffiti at Walt Disney. And then the drag story time. And just parents being left out of big decisions. Parents should know if their child identifies as someone else, period. They need the support of their family, of their friends, of their community. And it's great that you guys take a part in that and make sure that they are doing okay in school. Because if you guys are the bridge between the parents and, the school, then we can both make sure that the kids are doing all right. But we should know. I bring up my kids, I parent them, I take care of them, I make decisions for them. I have no problem with the queer community at all. And in the future, they will know about the queer community from me. There is no room for you guys to make the decision to tell them about all that so soon as far as elementary school. Middle school is a different story, and so is high school. I do not agree with the books in the high school with nudity at all. I mean, why is that necessary without a parent signing off on that? Parents should know. We should have the option to sign off. We should have an opt out. We should be protecting the children's innocence because as they come up, they are innocent. And it's all the elements around them that change them and mold them. And you guys are an instrumental part of that. Thank you.
Kenny Branch? And after Kenny, there's a Moms for Liberty, but there were several of those, so figure that out. And then Lori Wolf.
Thank you for allowing me this time to speak. Growing up in a large family of 9 kids, we had a full school day of learning. At home, we learned family life skills and values. We all enjoyed storybook fairy tales, Disney movies, and various books for entertainment. Most movies had a male or female character that struggled within the family dynamic, wanting to free themselves to embrace true love. True love featured a prince or a princess, whether they were a frog, captive in a tower, or doomed to scrub floors, they were trapped in an unhappy environment. Princesses dreamt of being kissed by Prince Charming. We all desire to be rescued in one way or another. However, these characters had to discover their path alone and not trust advice from strangers. They knew their destiny was going to be their own choice. Children do not know all the answers in life, though they think they do. And life is not a fairy tale. It is a parent or legal guardian that sets the course. Family adults have a private conversation when the minor is mature enough to understand reproduction. The birds and the bees talk occurred when puberty took hold of our hormones and was privately delivered by a parent or a guardian. God created Adam and Eve, male and female, to reproduce and live in unity, not to deny humans can be born, not to deny that humans can be born with different desires, but that was not God's intention. God is the true rainbow. School is meant to enrich the academic minds of our future generations. They are educators, politicians, people of religion that we thought safe, yet have been sexual and mental abuse within many public realms of manipulating young minds. Parents and legal guardians are the sole providers and protectors of young people until 18 years of age. Legislature has forced its way into public schools to reform and alter inexperienced minds of children to question both their gender or reveal sexual reproduction. This starts as early as second grade. When we all were in second grade, our daily decisions were which snack to eat and what cartoon to watch on TV. Please check out the reader bill passed in Texas in June of 2023 to remove sexually explicit books from school libraries. We might have a different point of view to outline what is not acceptable. Raise your hands if you prefer to retain parental guardian control of what your child is exposed to at school. Parents, grandparents, guardians, aunts, and uncles need to take action and stand now. Thank you for your time.
So it is 3 minutes to 10 and we have 11 more cards. Could we maybe extend to 10:45?
I'll make a motion to extend to 10:45.
Thank you, Lauren.
Second.
No, we're not accepting any more cards. Closed public comment a long time ago. Yeah, couldn't you roll call?
The motion was made by member Bratton, seconded by board member Ordway. Roll call vote, student board member Iapan.
Aye.
Board member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board member Ordway.
Aye.
Board member Clark.
Aye.
Board member Bratt.
Aye.
Board member Hurd.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, there's, next card is a Moms for Liberty card, followed by Lori Wolf and then Nicole Sue. I think you already spoke, didn't you? Okay. I'm sorry, I apologize. So sorry.
So good evening, SRV board members. I'd like to introduce myself. I am a Moms for Liberty chapter chair in Contra Costa County. That was brought about this summer. It was brought about after multiple people from all over Contra Costa County contacted me regarding issues that are going on primarily in the SRV district. I talked to parents with, from over 12 different schools this summer, and they explained to me that a lot of the decisions that are being made by the board are decisions that are not being run by parents first. They are coming to you guys and they are complaining and saying, we aren't being notified by teachers or principals, and there's nothing that is being done about it. These are people from all different backgrounds and cultures, and all they want is to have pure communication with the teachers, the students, and the staff. That's it. We feel like There are certain people that aren't able to speak out with us because they have been retaliated against for being part of our group. So let me just remind everybody while we're here that we all share a common interest of our children. And we are hoping that you guys can come together with us to create an environment where our kids can excel academically and we as parents can be involved in decisions and surrounding certain topics that are, you know, being taught in the schools and the supplemental education. So some of the concerns that were brought to my attention were lack of communication. That was the main one. Personally, as a parent, I have had tons of lack of communication surrounding read alouds that I wasn't told about, surrounding children that were being forced to change in a locker room when my child was not notified that another sex was going to be changing in the locker room with them. You talked about PRISM clubs and you say that they are for parent or for children that are in 4th and 5th grade. That's what we're told by our principals. But I heard from people here tonight saying their 3rd graders know about the PRISM club. There is a lack of communication that is happening here. There's, you know, changing closets, there's drag queen story hours, the day of silence segregation. We're talking about administrators helping a 5th grader that transitioned with their parents not even knowing about it. I'm sure you all know about it. These types of situations are really hurting your relationships with parents. And the biggest thing that I stated before is that there's no curriculum surrounding this. You cannot give me anything that says this is what we are going to be teaching for these grades. And for us, that is a huge downfall. You have curriculum for math, for history, for science, everything except for this. So, you know, there was a flyer that we put out this summer, and that flyer talked about a walkout. That walkout happened today. Once again, one flyer that we put out. And that walkout happened today, and we are going to continue doing walkouts if that's what we need to do to get your attention. But we want to work with you. And I ask, Mr. Malloy, please don't ignore me again when I tell you I will work with you. But you forwarded my email last time and you didn't respond. Have a good day.
Okay, you know what? Members of the audience, we have a civility policy and it applies to everyone. Everyone is allowed, excuse me, sir, do we need to ask you to leave? Lori Wolf, you're the next speaker, if you're still here. Nicole Sue. Steve Mason. I see you in the 2nd row. Come on up.
Originally thought to say, but I want to say thank you to the board and for the previous boards for all the work that you've done. I have 2 children, both of them 12-year attendees at San Ramon Valley High School or San Ramon Valley Unified School District. They both graduated from universities. They both have very responsible jobs, one in industry, the other one in the federal government. My daughter is a lesbian, didn't feel free to come out until she was returning from a semester abroad as a junior in college. My son was a special needs student who at the time San Ramon Valley didn't even have a special needs program, so he went to the county for that. What I'm hearing tonight is that the progress is light years from what my children have experienced. Thank you very much. The one thing I would like to ask you is that you maintain a climate where all students, staff feel safe and a learning environment that teaches established facts defined by John Adams in court while defending the British soldiers during the Boston massacre trial, when he said, facts are stubborn things, and what may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence. And that's what I hope happens here. Thank you.
Okay, next card is Karen Rodman, followed by Allison Jensen.
Hello. Good evening. Thank you for extending so that we could all have a chance. I appreciate that. My name is Karen Rodman, and I'm a proud graduate of California High School, as are my 4 kids. SRVUSD has always been a special place because of the strong parental involvement in supporting our schools, our teachers, and our students. This district is about innovation and inclusion, not divisiveness and narrow-mindedness. It has been about all our kids being all our kids. Book bans are dangerous and damaging. Parents do have the right to guide their kids' reading and education, but they do not have the right to dictate what books are available for my kids or for anyone else's kids to read. I trust that the educators and librarians of our district are professionals, and they are providing a variety of books that are age appropriate, that expand our students' understanding of the world around them and of people with different backgrounds, ideas, and beliefs. Every child deserves to see themselves and their families reflected in the reading materials available. As much as we don't want to believe it, we are all acutely aware that not all students in this district have a safe and supportive home environment. The support of teachers and administrators as potential lifelines to students is invaluable. Every child deserves to have a safe adult in their life, and we are counting on our educators to fill that role when family or friends cannot. Do not take away the life-saving support that Prism Clubs and other groups offer our kids. According to a recent Trevor Project study, 46% of LGBTQ students 13 to 17 seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year. 18% of them actually made an attempt. This is twice the rate of suicide among any of US teens. And those are scary and horrible numbers to have to look at. We need to be doing everything we can to support and save all of our students. I grew up in this community, I live in this community, and I am staying in this community. I have every hope that this district will remain a place we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Allison Jensen coming up, and then we have Bruce Pleat.
Nice to see you guys. I know. My name is Allison Jensen. I am a kindergarten teacher at Country Club Elementary School, and I've been at Country Club for over 30 years. Teaching is my life, my passion, my profession, and I take great pride in doing the best I can with the students I work with. I'm also very proud of the school that I'm at, which is why I've stayed there for so long. We've had some wonderful principals through the years, and they've all come with their own ideas of what they wanted to do and what their why was. Why do we do what we do? What are we doing for our students? Our principal that we have now, Dr. Christy Glazier, is very open with her why. When she came to the school, she really wanted every child to feel like they belonged. We have the signs all over our district that say, everyone is welcome here. There's one on the front door when you walk in. I had one on my wall I brought here. And it's a nice sign to have, and it's a nice thought to have, but just saying it and posting it only gets you so far. Dr. Glazier lives everyone is welcome here. What she does, her whole why, and how she leads her school really is around what the children need and how they need to be supported. We support the children through the literature we read. We support the children and the families through the different celebrations that we do. And we're very cognizant of what's going on in the classroom to make sure everybody feels welcome. Just saying that you can walk in the door isn't the same as being welcome there and feeling like you belong. You need to be represented. You need to be represented with the language, with the books, with the culture, with the people around you. And Dr. Glazier does a beautiful job with that. A lot of people are looking for, understanding what's going on in the school and knowing what's, happening. There are things that are people saying about our school that are not true. And if you really think about it, they're ridiculous. So when I start looking at these things people are coming up with, it makes me sad. It makes me realize, why don't they come take a look? Anybody can sign up, be a mentor in the school district to come in and volunteer in the classroom. My classroom is very open. I love having parents in there. I have sign-up sheets. They can come in any day of the week. and they come help, they can see what's going on. It's so much easier to come up with strange things if they go along with your particular idea, if you don't like the basic philosophy of what the school's doing. But being able to go into the school and see what's happening is where you're really going to find out what's going on. So if you want to know what's going on in the school, if you want to be involved, then come on in and see what we're doing. It is a wonderful place, and I am extremely proud to be there, and I'm very proud of our principal.
So is Bruce Pleat here? There you are. And then after Bruce will be Deborah Christian. Then. She left? Okay.
Good evening. My background, just to let everybody know, I'm a child and a family of teachers, school administrators. So I grew up interested in educational environments, immersed in them, immersed in board meetings and such. I've seen great boards and great superintendents, and I've seen weak and effective and ineffective ones. I can say no finer praise than to see Dr. Malloy here was superintendent I wish I had grown up. Principals Ahern and Cortone at Monte Vista were principals that I wish I had, just as my father was a principal for over 25 years. I want to thank the board for listening to all of us and for sitting stoically with some of the self-centered, selfish, and horribly oppressive views of some of the speakers, for putting up with the haters who abused item 10.2 to legitimize their hatred of other, or belittle or misname or attack or out our teachers and others in the community. A key symbol of the sponsors of the so-called Moms for Liberty was found by my son at Monte Vista. He spoke earlier this year about that symbol, the swastika he found, and the anti-Semitism he found daily at the school. Children are raised by their families, but also by their schools, their community, their whole world, the media, and everything else. I have a simple message as a parent of 2 district children, and forgive me for quoting Crosby, Stills, and Nash, teach your children well. My own take on that is teach them that people are different, no worse, no better. Teach them to respect, but also to question injustice. Teach them to recognize misleading messages, whataboutism, redirection, obfuscation, fascist demagogues who cater to our fears instead of our hopes, to xenophobia, sexism, racism, ageism, anti-Semitism. Teach them to have hope about the future and learn from the wrongs of the past, to be open, not closed-minded. When you think about your children, what they can understand, what they can learn, what they can do, remember this, and I say this every day to other parents and others. If you think they can't, you're probably right. If you think they can, you're probably right. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we're in the home stretch. There's just 3 left. So our next speaker is Scarlett Breton Lake. And will you correct me if it's Breton or Brayton? I'm not sure. Breton. Thank you, Scarlett.
Hello, I am Scarlett Breton Lake. I am an 11-year-old who went to Country Club Elementary. I had a friend, well, still have a friend who just went into middle school. Me and him are the same age, and his parents were homophobic, and he wasn't safe at home because he was gay, and it hurt him badly, and it hurt me as well because I am a lesbian, and it sucked. A few days ago, I was scrolling online and I saw a video of someone promoting. It had to be like a 13-year-old looking kid, and they were promoting a Discord group that promoted like hate towards the LGBTQ plus community and just people in general who just were different. It was a hard video, and I sorry. And I reported it under bullying. Sorry. But So I was part of the Prism Club when I was at Country Club Elementary, and they didn't force us into it. They didn't not tell our parents. My mom, my dad, they both knew about it. They both knew, sorry. They both knew about it. It wasn't hidden behind a closed door. The LGBTQ plus community wasn't this taboo. It was like just a thing that happened. Same with, and then I come here because I watched the last school board meeting and I hear ignorant adults telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about when I talk about my own feelings. And it really sucks to be told that I'm not smart enough to know my own sexuality. It really sucks. It hurts us. It might not seem like it hurts us, but it does. It hurts us badly. Thank you.
Hey, this next card was one that had put in for 10.2, but they wrote about what they wanted to talk about. Or no, they did speak for 10.2, but they also wanted to talk to non-agenda items. So San Ramon parent, and there's also an H on it.
To kind of circle back on a couple of things. I don't think I recall, Ms. Bratt, anyone tonight mentioning anything about a Confederate flag or a "Don't Tread on Me" flag. I don't think that was mentioned at all tonight in this discussion of flags. Number one, Mr. Malloy, you spoke to speaking our truth, and our family has some truth as well. My son, excited on a Monday morning to share his weekend experience at church, was told by a teacher at Walt Disney, "We don't talk about church here." My son was silenced. His words, it made me sad. He didn't ask his teacher to explain the Bible. He didn't ask his teacher to pray with him. He just wanted to share his love for Jesus. He was denied that. He wasn't allowed to be heard. Do you think that he felt safe? Do you think that he felt supported? I don't, as his parent. That's our truth. That's our reality. Our experience, our truth at Country Club is different. And some of the things that were spoken about tonight are true and inaccurate in the same time, in the same word breath. Some of the changes that Christy Glazier has implemented are a result of parents being involved, speaking, asking to speak with the teacher, asking for opt-out policies. I was one of the many parents who asked for an opt-out policy. I followed proper chain of command. I asked the teacher first. I was punted to Miss Glazier, who punted to Miss Hong Nguyen, who punted to board members here. I asked for policy. The district, Mr. Malloy, I've actually had communication with you as well. There's no written policy that provides a provision for parents to opt out. I haven't once said to ban the books. I said, I don't want my child a part of that. Continue to read your books. That's fine. That's your truth, but it's not ours. I just don't want to be a part of it with my children. I want the right to have the discussions, to introduce the conversations, the topics as I see fit, when I see fit, when I believe my children are of the appropriate age and with biblical teaching. That's not your decision. That's my right. And the district still refuses, has not come to a resolution for an opt-out policy, a universal opt-out policy. So again, I'm not asking to exclude anybody or any community. We welcome everybody. I've shared with you before, I am a Christian, a proud Christian. I have family members, my sister, bisexual, my niece, lesbian, friends, coworker who are of the LGBT community. Consider me an ally. But I have the right to parent my children as I see fit based on my beliefs and my moral representation as a Christian.
I'm sorry, my mic was off. The last card is a different card from Moms for Liberty. Okay, I'm going to close public comment for non-agendized items. And that takes us to administrative matters. Anya, would you like to give a student report?
Yes, I'll keep it brief. So yesterday, Student Senate met for the first time. I'll give everyone a second to get settled. So yesterday, Student Senate met for the first time. We received over 130 applicants this time around. So the decision-making process was definitely difficult. So Tara and I combed through applicants, and then we got a final stamp of approval from school administration. So it was great to meet everyone. We did a couple of icebreakers, got to know the group. We didn't have a proper introductory meeting prior to yesterday. We decided on our 4 subcommittees. So we'll be maintaining 3 of them that have been around for, I think, the past couple of years, which is the Student Voice Subcommittee, Equity, Mental Health. And then we added a new one this year, which is surrounding prescription drug and health awareness. And I know that the district had a student panel at the end of last school year. And we had actually some of the students who were on that panel join us in Student Senate. So they'll be kind of continuing that initiative with student support. And just for all the subcommittees and everyone's individual projects, I'm really looking forward to seeing them blossom this school year. And for all of the other students who applied and have a passion for being involved in kind of their education and the district, I'm really hoping that I can continue to work with district officials to see where student voice can be heard through different panels, interns, that kind of thing. So I'm really looking forward to exploring that avenue too. Thank you.
And I'll keep it quick too, just because the sake of time. Welcome back to school, everybody. And I'm excited. The kids are excited to be going back, except for my 4.5-year-old, who it's his new experience of walking into a classroom and mom not following. But really appreciative to all our teachers and all the work that we've done to try to fill the gaps in staffing. I know we still have some work to do, but I do appreciate all the work that we've done to do that. The most interesting meeting that I got to take place in was the all admin retreat that we did at Blackhawk Museum. And I'm sure for members of the community, sometimes it's like, well, what's happening behind the curtain? One thing, it's not behind the curtain, and we're going to be talking about that too. And I know John has some goals to get that information out. One of the really interesting things we got to do is sit with a panel of business leaders, CEOs, COOs, people who are high up in the technology sphere, healthcare, and say, what is it that we have to do to prepare our students for 15 years from now and what things look like? The conversations were fascinating. And one of the things that I am excited that we're trying to keep our finger on the pulse is that we are in a fast pace, fast change environment and trying to figure out how to best prepare our kids for that. I don't know if we have any of the answers yet, but I do want to say that I'm proud that this is something that is a high level focus for us. And I was blown away by the discussions. And I think it's good for that to be on our radar. And I know we have a lot of conversations in here, and it seems like 50% of what we focus on is controversial issues. But I do know that we are really actively trying to figure out how we best provide a good quality education for our students, not for the jobs of the 1990s, but also what's coming now.
Yeah, piggyback on that, had a fabulous time learning experience. And I think, not that it's the solution maybe, but I think our learner profile, right, of like what our students need as they go off. It's not just technical skills, but some of the other, again, I think Dr. Malloy and our Ed Services team is going to come out and communicate a lot about what that means, right? What's the graduate profile or the learner profile that we're having with our students. Also just Jesse and I got to attend, right, our first FOAC meeting, and we got to tour Charlotte Middle School and what looked at their modernizations and things like that. So it was really cool. Thank you, Stella and Aaron, our the director of the facility. Also, thank you for SRVUSD breakfast. We got to welcome, I think, 100 or over 100 teachers, new teachers to our school district. Some actually are used to be our students, now coming back to teach. And then there were a lot actually of other teachers from other districts who we really appreciate for again choosing us. So that and one other thing, yesterday I get to attend the reopening of the Doherty Station Community and Art Center from the city of San Ramon. They reopened it. It's fabulous. I think a lot of our students and parents and community is gonna make great use of the great studios and things like that that's in there. And I know that for our PTA Reflections art showcase, the council level, we're going to have the showcase there. So in December, that's it for me.
Well, you kind of covered a lot of what I was going to cover, but I also at the admin retreat really found it fascinating about the employers and the things that they're looking for. What I would like to see now is some of our alumni come back who are working out in the world for employers like these and hear what they have to say about what we could do for them that maybe we are not thinking about or whatever, because they're out there actually in the world doing the work and having to meet these expectations that some of these employers have. I have one in my home, so I kind of seeing how he's navigating the new world, as it were, not college anymore. I totally enjoyed the new teacher breakfast because I worked the whole room and I tried to meet as many new teachers as I could just to hear their stories and where they came from, and also why did you pick our school district? And I got a whole multitude of different answers, all the way from you pay for all of our benefits to, you know, what I teach is, you know, you had an opening, or I didn't like this other district or whatever. But there were a lot of teachers that left teaching to raise their kids, and then they came back and they chose us to come back to. So I want to say thank you to all the new teachers and all of our staff, and also a special shout out to Melanie Jones and the HR department, because they have been working so overtime for so many months to try to keep us staffed, and that's been a really difficult job. So thank you.
So I echo what everyone else said. I do want to say thank you to everyone for making the first day of school welcoming and successful. And I appreciate all the work that our staff and administration and students and families and parents have done to get this year off to a good start. And then I had the opportunity to go to the last day of Cal High Band Camp. Just stopped by for, I don't know, half hour or so with Chris George and met with Principal Ball and got to see the students and their excitement and their love for band. And I know for me, I talk about this a lot, that was my space when I was growing up, and it made me who I was. And so to be able to see that program hobbling along a little bit, but the amount of energy in that space, and you know, a huge thank you to Miss Berestein and Mr. Regani, who have stepped up. It's an elementary music teacher, first year elementary music teacher, and then the Pine Valley music teacher coming in and running the band camp and setting up a schedule for these students so they have competitions and are able to have an experience that's really, really valuable. And we know that. So I just want to say thank you. I really appreciated all of the work the parents, the boosters, and the students did to make this happen. So, and I look forward to going to, I think I'm going to try to go to Foothill to the competition there and seeing them at the football games, and yay, Cal Band. So thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for updating us about that, because we've had several people come speak to us in public comment, but concerns about saving the Cal High Band program. So I think it's a testament to all those folks you mentioned, but in addition, our HR folks got out of the box, and I think it's a testament to what we do when we can pull together. I too enjoyed the administrative retreat. I also really appreciated how much effort the Ed Services team did for sharing with principals, this is what it looks like, with really concrete plans, making it easy for them to go back and share with their schools. My husband is the affiliate liaison for one of the middle schools, and so I overheard their Ed Fund meeting, and it was really great to hear the principal sharing about the retreat, but now to hear it, couple steps removed, and parents asking really good questions, and appreciated that you shared about the learner profile in your welcome back video, which I thought was really good too. I really enjoyed representing the board at the new teacher breakfast. It was really great to see all those new teachers, and when I can't remember which speaker asked them which one were returning seasoned teachers and which ones were new. It was seemed about maybe 1/3, 2/3. Happened to see one former country club student who had gone all the way through Cal High and then Arizona, and then there she was, and it was like, wow, because watched her graduation thing on Facebook and all that. So it's just really neat to see our students come back and teach for us. And I think our careers in teaching program is a big piece of helping them see that this is a career they might want to do. So thank you to everyone for a great start to school. And I'm looking forward to school visits and all the great stuff that we get to do. PTA meeting tomorrow. Just thank you, everybody. Thank you for staying till the end. Anything else from anyone else? Okay, I think we're adjourned and we're